Alright, welcome everybody. We are live with session 13 of Earthdawn, 4th edition, Tales of His Majesty's Royal Exploratory Force.
Lucky number 13.
Lucky number 13. Who would like to let us know what happened last time?
Where did we actually start off last time? I think. Did we
The worm skull
last
got
time?
away?
Did we fight the mayor last time, or was that the session before that?
That was
No,
the session before.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
So it was dealing with the aftermath of that. After we got away, after the worm skull posing as the mayor of the Basita got away, then we had to explain what happened to a bunch of people. Then we ended up spending a few days repairing an airship and doing some training. The airship that was the Therans apparently had, and the worm skull apparently took offense at Therans having nice things and decided to just knock them out of the sky, kill them all, and then we stole the airship. Rightfully salvaged.
Legitimately salvaged.
Yes. And then after we did some repairs on that, then we also got some ambassadors from Basita to come back to Thrall, and we limped our airship back on the sheer willpower and grit of one Sky Raider. But still 7 times faster than walking, so good deal. And then we made it back to Thrall, where people were surprised that someone actually succeeded on the mission to capture a Theran airship, because that was a completely unreasonable request. No idea why you'd expect that to work, but it did. And then we met with Mian, who was the one who had sent us to that care in the first place. We handed over some research that we had taken from there and got paid entirely too much money, but don't tell anyone else that. And then we were figuring out what to do next and what to report to Thrall and things like that, and how to spend vast sums of wealth. Anything I'm missing there?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think we're making plans to return, but we didn't do that quite yet.
Yes. First, we need to figure out whether or not we get to keep the airship, because
That's the one.
that's the one. Okay.
We also need to decide what we're going to give in terms of items to the exploratory force office.
Yes.
I think we were waiting to see if we can get something identified, right? Didn't we do something with that?
Yeah, we have a wand and the Heart of Fortune that are... Or no, just the Heart of Fortune that we have no idea what it could possibly do.
Right.
You handed something to Mian for her to investigate.
It was the Heart of Fortune.
That was the heart? Okay.
Or it might have been the glove? No, it was the Heart of Fortune. We actually managed to get some rolls done on the glove. Figured out that it can be used to summon a staff, something like that.
I think Hack took that, didn't he?
Cornelius.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then I think the only item, unless the Heart of Fortune just turns out to be, just absolutely lame or something like that, I'm pretty sure we're keeping that because it sounds amazing. Which I think leaves the only item we're really considering giving up is either the Spell Matrix ring or the Spell Matrix wand that we have, and it was basically up to Hack whether he wanted to give one of those away or keep both or whatever you want.
I want the statuette. I don't want the wand yet. Hack wants to work on his group pattern item first. But the statuette is important.
Okay.
The Matrix ring is useful and will be more useful in the future. It's an additional matrix, but it's something that's like a low cost priority item for him, so he'd be willing to give that up.
Okay. So yeah,
300 legend points. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need to give anything up at all. But if we do, I guess it's wand first and then ring.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's at this point it's entirely up to Hack whether we give them any items at all, because the 2 items we have would be useful to you, and so if you think they're worth the cost of investing threads and legend points into, then keep them. If you'd rather save your threads and legend points for other things, then we'll hand them over.
And yes, we were discussing the group items. That's what we were discussing. I remember that.
Yes.
Did somebody take the other boots, the 7 League Striders, or did we give those? Are we giving that up too?
The 7 Leaf Striders, I think those are the Rose Stalker boots. It's 7 Leaf Striders is a type of thread item. Rose Stalker boots is the name of these particular 7 Leaf Striders.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have it listed weird on there because, yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Because I have it listed as Road Stalker on my notes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I would like to pay somebody to research the statuette.
Oh, yes. Also, we needed to figure out how to divide up money and give people things to spend on things. Which, right, we were putting off doing that until we talked to somebody about whether or not we would be getting an airship out of this deal, or we would need to pay in order to get an airship repaired and have it. And then once we paid for that, then we were going to split up money and so people can pay for their own research or whatever they need to make themselves more powerful.
Right. Didn't we give her the statuette actually instead of the other thing? I just thought about that. I think we gave her the statuette because she was the only one we would probably trust with such an important item.
Because we got the statuette. We got the statue up to rank 3, at least knowledge wise, and we don't have anything.
Well, we know what the test knowledge is, but we don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Maybe we didn't, because I don't think she was going to give us the answers, would she? Would she be able to give us the answers on that?
Right.
Research is a troubadour skill, or it can be.
Yeah.
That's why I said I would like to hire somebody. If she's not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather hire somebody for the other item, and because we want to keep this one a little more secret, right? We didn't want to announce that we have this.
Considering how unusual it is, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we kind of announce it to everyone who can use Astral Sight, but, you don't have to make it exactly clear where that field is coming from. Maybe just Hack is just a really nice person, and it cancels out all the influence of horrors around him.
All right, so
it's going to cost to weave. It's a warden rank item.
Yeah, so the statuette is being researched by somebody else. So is that what you gave me, Anne, then?
I think it might be.
Yeah, because I don't know if we would have trusted that item with just a random researcher.
I think we were still hoping that we could get the Heart of Fortune on just like an item history from
Kothar. I think that was the case.
Yeah,
we had dreams.
I'm working on it.
Because the statuette was far more important, and I don't think we would have given that just to anybody else.
And I also know the mayor's badge of office you were having no luck with. I don't know if you handed that to me in as well.
I don't recall.
I was trying to listen to last time's episode, and I just kept getting unable to.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, so
it's a high spell defense item.
Yeah, we will assume then that she has the statuette and the badge of office.
And we'll pay somebody to do the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but first we should figure out how much money we need to have an airship, because that sounds useful.
So you guys arrived, you met with her, you have probably the evening to do with as you wish before the morning, which is when they wanted to have you in there to debrief you.
Oh, right. Yeah, might as well do the debriefing, and that's where we can ask those questions.
Mm-hmm.
So was there anything you wish to do that night? Any last-minute shopping or training? You could probably do a talent if you wished.
No.
No. I think I'm going to take an evening off. We just got a lot done.
Real quick, just as a reminder, for the group item, we would need legend points for that too, or just to
weave to threads, you would, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
To swear the group ritual, no, you do not.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
I think I'll probably spend the evening pestering Owen about animal pods.
Sure. What kind of animals are you looking for?
Bats.
Bats. Huh. I can probably figure out where to find some bats. I can have the cat try to figure out where to find some bats.
I need to learn the skill.
You want to learn the skill? Okay. Yeah, I can invest some time towards teaching that.
Bats are easy. I can find those, but gotta learn the skill.
All right.
Start putting in time.
All right, you start putting in time. We'll say the rest of the evening then passes pretty much uneventfully.
No one asking to move our windows today?
Nope. Nobody wanting to redecorate your house or anything like that.
Did anyone steal our stuff?
No.
Same.
Everything seems to be where you left it.
Not that we had much stuff here to begin with, but yeah, it's all still here.
Yeah.
It's Thrall.
My lucky rock.
I mean, you have nosy neighbors, so.
Our spare key under the rock is still there.
So in the morning, there is not. I don't want to say anything with livery or anything like that, but there is a carriage being drawn by two. What are the big lizards? Whatever they happen to be. There's one of those waiting for you guys. Unmarked. However, the person that is knocking at your door is a member of the Royal Exploratory Force.
Oh. We get a fancy escort for this one. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. We're the big shots today.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Polish up the armor.
Big shots today.
Yeah. Kinsey will find her better looking outfit and put that on, which just means there's probably less holes in it, but it's fine.
A cone will be applied. It will fail. We will move on. All right.
There's a dwarf there, so he's in uniform, and when you open up the door, he, good morning, I'm to escort you to, and then realizes that some of you aren't ready yet, so he,
Just a minute.
Yes,
Be
yes.
there, right outside. A few moments.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm ready. What are you talking about?
The embrace. The shield. Need the shield.
She just flutters, and I'll flutter up, and she'll just sit on top of the carriage. Was I just wait for everybody?
Okay.
All right, and yeah, after a few minutes, get everything together. Get out there and let's. So what should we expect in the meeting? Anything we should be ready for?
I couldn't tell you. I'm just there to escort you.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, thank you.
It's not your usual meeting spot, I suppose.
Oh, yes. But where are we headed?
You'll see when you get there.
Okay.
And, after you guys hop in, he climbs up and he drives the carriage. And it's like a 2-hour drive.
Oh, I'm gonna sit up on top up front with him.
Okay.
and I'll be just pointing out all the cool things that we pass by.
Okay. He lets you. He doesn't stop you. He does not also give a tour, though. He does not assist in pointing out the sites, as it were.
He doesn't have to. She's going to do the tour for him. She's pointing out and describing everything. And some of the things you're probably wrong about, but it doesn't matter to her.
Yeah.
Why are all Windlings just exactly the same person? It confuses me deeply.
Look, I've never seen another Windling being played, so this is me.
I know, it's amazing. I played with two people who have never played Earthdawn before, never heard of Windlings. They're exactly the same. I don't understand it.
That's hysterical.
He's different than the Windling that was in my game.
Yeah.
Very different.
That Windling was more likely to get purifiers murdered.
Yeah, it was Ishbar, right? Was his name?
Yep.
Hey, my Windling pulls hearts out of their chest, people's chest. Did your Windling do that?
No, but he did shoot a heart out of someone's chest. So
Ishbar did draw penises on things.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Did I do that? No, I don't think I did that.
Okay, the one thing the other Windling does that you don't is comes up with elaborate stories about why children are responsible for old age, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah. Okay, then I don't feel so bad because I played a pixie in Shadowrun, except I kind of modeled him after like Half Pint from Indiana Jones. So now I just feel like that this just checks out now.
It's just standard.
Yeah.
I don't know who decided this is the rule, but this is the rule. Everyone knows it.
Because I wanted to play the pixie who was the driver, and I made it work, and it was hilarious.
Wait! You actually have you have like Half Pint character? Oh my God! You have to meet Dr. Jones. Oh, that would be amazing. I made a Dr. Jones character, an archaeologist orc who's a wizard.
Anyway, presumably we arrive at a destination.
Yes. So you're driving through Thrall, through tunnels that you soon realize you do not recognize. It's definitely not going to your normal debriefing area or meeting spot, or even like that. It seems to be going off to the side, and this lizard and carriage combo actually takes some of the steps quite smoothly somehow. So you're changing elevation a few times as well. So you quickly lose track. And then when you finally do realize that you are slowing down, you are in a rather large cavern. And I mean large as in perhaps a half a mile wide to the nearest wall that you can see in the distance. The ceiling seems to be several hundred feet high. And in not quite the center, but maybe about 100 feet from where the carriage is stopping, happens to be the airship that you brought back, and there are several people going over it still. It looks as though they are starting a true repair work?
Restoration?
Refit and restoration, yes. And standing there at a table, at the head of the table in like normal, is Orgasol, your commander. And with him is a Tiskrang, who happens to be rather brightly colored. His, what is that? The crest is a very bright blue. And he is standing to the side a bit, and he is also wearing Throlic military, Navy, I guess, uniform. I don't know if the Air Corps is Navy or Air Force. I would assume Navy too.
If it's Throlic, they have lots of medals.
Does Thrall have a Navy? I guess they might have a river Navy.
Yeah, there's a few airships for Thrall too.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if do they have a sea navy to distinguish, or is it just the air navy and that's all they got?
Probably just the air navy.
Yeah.
I don't think they're close enough to water to have a true navy. And Orgasol, lady, gentlemen, if you please.
Yes. Yes, Orgasol, good to see you.
Yes, I am rather pleased with, and he kind of glances over towards the ship, your successful endeavor. All right, so before we get to that, anything as far as your official duties that you would like to report? We know you set out to open up a care, I believe.
Yes, the care has been opened. We returned with, I believe, several diplomats. Representatives of their people.
Mm-hmm. They're going to need help.
Oh yeah, lots of it, because there was a big evil icky slug thing. What was a slug? Was that what it was? I don't remember. But yes.
So Orgasol is standing there at the head of the table. To his right is where the Tiskrang is, and now you hear a scritch, and to the left, kind of sitting there, is another dwarf, kind of behind a few things, but he is transcribing what is being said.
Oh, okay.
Worm skull, perhaps?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yes, that's what you called it. I remember now.
All right.
He was mean, and we tried to stop him from getting away, but sadly we couldn't.
And this care, are they under Theron persuasion still, or would they be open to a Throlic welcoming committee?
I think they'd be open to at least. I think they'd be open at least to a representative, Thrall, who could talk to them and offer them some help. Yes, that would probably make a better case than.
Yeah, their representatives were greeted. I was just trying to get a feel for hostilities, if any.
They did not seem to be hostile, and I think we've done our best to represent Thrall in a positive light to them.
Yes, we did save them, right? Well, we saved them, so clearly we're pretty we're pretty good with that.
Very well.
Oh, Jeff, your camera is really blurry on my end. Is it blurry for everybody else?
My autofocus is going in and out.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay. I was like, wait, is it my eyes messing up?
Yes, it's your eyes messing up.
But yeah, we did a good job. We helped them, and yes, and they should be pretty nice to a group who would probably go there. So like, sure.
All right, I shall send a. Oh, my next question is then: are you going back? I would like to send a contingent.
There are some places there that I'd like to check out further.
Yes, their care, some parts of it, they had some trouble with horrors, and we dealt with as much of it as we could while we were there, but I think there's more buried beneath the surface that we should deal with as the ones that opened up.
More specifically, I think the population is probably going to be leaving the care. And so they're going to need to set up a settlement outside. Inside the care, there's a catacombs below and an island with cadavermen on it. We kind of suspect that the worm skull originated from below. So we'd like to check out both places.
And the water inside there is probably bad. Don't drink it.
I see. Well, I wasn't planning on drinking the water, but perhaps we can send a few elementalists to try to start to purify things.
Oh, that would help. Yeah.
Also, we should probably mention the evidence of Theron presence in the region, which we've done some things about, but I'm not sure how large it is. The prisoners we brought back, they gave us some numbers of people, but I think they may be exaggerating greatly, and perhaps someone a bit better at questioning prisoners should speak to them.
Yes, we have interrogators trying to get what they know.
Yeah, we caught them trying to get into the place before we could. Well, through the upper door, which had been blocked and barricaded. We
also
there.
Suspect they may be responsible for several slaving raids on nearby farming villages, but they denied it, of course.
All right. Well, and he kind of looks to the Tiskrang next to him. In your expert opinion, how long will that ship take to be brought back under, well, better conditions? The Tiskrang kind of sits there and thinks about it for a minute, and with them working on it, 2 weeks. I could get somebody in here that could do it quicker, but it would probably take it just as long to get them here, so you wouldn't really be saving any time there. Since it's a Theron ship and not one of our own crews are basically having to do a little more learning about it than fixing it the way we would our own. But, that being said, it can fly. Oh, and Orgasol looks. This is Leota. She is a captain of her own, and she is going to oversee the repair of the airship and also train you as a group to operate it.
Ooh, this can be exciting.
One of the reasons we have been seeking Theron airships is because we wish to put together a little fleet and try to make an assault under guise of returning Theron fleet.
Oh, like a surprise attack.
Yes.
That's a great idea. It's exciting.
Well,
and wait, is this the first ship? Are we like the first ones?
This is the first one, yes.
Yes.
It is a smaller one, so it can't really hold a large offensive crew, but between your group, and it might hold a few more. We might be able to equip a few extras on it when we are ready to launch the offensive. But in the meantime, if you wish to leave it here, we will get it fit as soon as we can. Otherwise, you can take it and learn on it, but we won't be ready to send it into service as it is. So leaving it here at your convenience, preferably sooner than later, but
I think we should let him repair it. It would be easier to
Yes, that sounds fantastic. Thank you very much for your generosity. And yes, we should learn how to fly that. We did what we could on the way back here, and it seemed to work, but I have a feeling we couldn't outrun anyone who knew what they were doing.
Oh, Leota steps up. I have my own small ship, and a few longboats like that one there. I can take you around here and show you the basics and what you need to do, and teach you how not to fall over the side.
Good. 2 weeks.
Would there be another? You were thinking about sending people to the other care before that, I would hope, or no?
It depends on when you are going back.
Well, if
because
with settlement supplies,
yeah,
wagons.
they're probably going to send a settlement group to help them rebuild, and I could slide a few agents in with them to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, that would be. I think that would be a good idea. And I'm not sure I would want to wait too long to send anybody over there, as we already know that they already sent a force, and we don't want them to send another before we get a chance.
How's this then? You accompany Leota, and she will fly a small group there under your guidance, so you can show her where it is and get some training in along the way. And then she will deliver the small contingent and continue your training and bring you back here for more.
Right.
Actually, it's a pretty good idea. That way, yeah. That way they know we haven't forgotten them, and they yeah.
How long do you need to prepare?
Go back. As in, like, how much downtime do we need before we head back there?
Yes. Would you like to leave tomorrow, the next day?
Because we're just going there.
You did say sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So we're going there.
A couple days, probably.
Yeah, because we're going there just to drop off these people, say hi to people, and then leave again, basically, right?
Yes.
So if we could get there and back within the week, that wouldn't be so bad. So a day, I don't see why we shouldn't be able to be prepared within a day, right? Right, guys?
Yes. There are some supplies we need to purchase, but that shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Yeah. I like to do. No. I like to look around a bit too.
Your VC came on.
Find some. Oh. You can hear me? Right?
Yep. On your VC?
Oh, okay.
I can't. Oh, I have it
really?
down. I turn everybody down, that's right.
That would help.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple things I want to buy, and I will look around for bats a bit. Also, I gotta go visit the library or the Grand Bazaar.
Yes, so...
He looks to Leota. Well, we can have the crew ready by the end of the day. However, we don't want to gather them if you won't be leaving soon.
How
a couple of days
should we go tomorrow? Or
the day after
2 days.
tomorrow, then.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 days.
All right.
Very well. We will send a carriage for you. Day after tomorrow.
Perfect.
Morning.
All right. Excellent.
I think that is it for the debriefing. Actually, if you can, please give the stenographer there a rough description on where this care happens to be. Maybe point it out on a map.
Sure,
and
we
then
could do that.
You are dismissed. Oh, right. Let's see, how long was the travel time to get there? A week? 10 days?
Ooh.
Something like that. It was 2 days on the way back by airship.
Oh, that's the way we fly. It's hard for them to figure that out.
Yeah.
It took us.
I think it was 10. Yeah, it was 10
I think
days.
it was 10 days.
There,
I'm almost positive it was 10 days that it took to get there.
And not all travel time is considered official duty either, so.
We didn't fly so much as lurch.
He kind of looks around on the, here. He reaches into a pocket, pulls out a slip, writes something down, looks around, grabs a candle off the table, puts his seal on it from a ring. Take that to the normal pay clerk, and they will dispense your pay for these past duties.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kenzie's gonna go over to the person who was supposed to take a description of where it's at and like really give like this detailed sort of description, but go off topic and go, now can I tell you about the time I ripped this guy's heart out? Because I really want to tell you this story. It's really exciting.
Indeed.
I mean, they had this elementalist, and he was trying to like pull rocks off or something, and he created this elemental or something. And I just went up to him, and I just reached into his chest and ripped out his heart.
Kenzie, what is your social defense?
Oh, 7.
Pretty good.
Okay. You find yourself giving the story, however, and it takes you a little bit to notice this, but in between, the stenographer is asking you questions, and you find yourself pausing in your story to actually answer as best you can, but not really interrupting, and then I pulled out the heart. No, it should be on this little peak over here, and then we, type of thing.
He's getting my information even though I'm telling him the story. Okay.
Yep.
That's great.
They brought in a
they are leading you very well.
Great. I love it.
Yes.
They're not paid enough.
No, these are the people that are paid enough. Because, dealing with Windling Adepts, it's always like this. You need a specialist on staff.
Yep. And then while you're relaying that and stuff, Orgasol and Leota have walked over to the airship and are once again examining that with the people that are trying to look on it and planning how they're going to repair it and refit it and stuff like that.
All right.
And your driver is waiting over by the wagon for when you're done.
Yeah, it probably takes like way longer to tell the story than necessary, but
the Windling can catch up.
Yeah,
yep,
yes,
I'll try to add in whatever relevant information I've got about the locations of things, and then.
Yeah, the stenographer is very adept at basically asking other people questions without seeming to rudely just disregard what one person is talking about at the time.
We should tell you about the dead zone. That's probably important. In case they take wagons through it and stuff,
the
right?
Dead zone?
Sort of what I call it. Anyways, there's this place in the jungle that we were passing through, and it looks like a horror went through it and corrupted the place.
Dead apes there woke up. Animals were avoiding it, and there was significant astral corruption.
You should be very careful over there.
Oh, I will be.
And she'll kind of point it out on the map where roughly the area was.
Very good.
Anything else? Did we miss anything?
May as well point out the location of the farm that got hit, in case that's relevant for figuring out where the Therans are. But yeah, I think that's all the locations that we need to point out.
All right, I thank you. I shall file these also with a copy in your own files.
Thank you. Awesome. All right, let's go.
So this pay slip we have, what's that worth?
That is worth 1,200 silver per person.
Oh, not bad.
I can't help but feel like we got paid 3 times for the same job, and I'm not going to argue with any of it. Like, we went down there, found about 10,000 silver. We brought a book back. We got paid about 10,000 silver. Now we're getting paid another 7,000 silver, and no, I'm not going to ask any more questions about that.
But yeah, your pay is 100 silver pieces per day of actual duty, and they counted that between this trip out and the previous trip and travel time as 12 days of actual duty.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty fair pay considering how many times people tried to kill us during all that. Okay. Now we need to go out and we need to spend money very quickly. So, is there any issue with just buying a whole bunch of healing supplies?
Here in Thrall, probably not.
All right. I'm gonna go with that list I posted to the Discord earlier of like 15 wound closure salves, 20 booster potions, and 5 healing potions, which should last us a while.
How much do you want from each of us to?
Oh no, I've got a treasury of about
Right.
28,000 silver, and then we're kind of deciding how much to go to each person that they can spend on their own stuff after this.
The 1,200 is ours though, so there's no need to put that.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw another 1,200 from the treasury on top of that for everyone. Everyone just take 2,400 to spend on. Oh yes, and also deducting 3,000 for circling costs, so you don't need to worry about paying those. Everyone gets 2,400 to spend on whatever items or research or whatever you think is most useful for your character.
Another 2,400 or 2,400
2,400 total between the 1,200 pay and the 1,200 from the treasury, and then the treasury still has 6,000 left to pay for any group fund things we need. Because we have a lot of money right now.
I mean, I already had a lot of money before that. I probably don't need the extra 1,200.
I will be right back. Continue, please.
Yes, but I don't know what to do with all this money, so I think it makes sense to give it to the people who earned it.
Because the only thing I could think of, besides obviously the supplies we're getting, because that was your way of trying to get rid of it, and we did that part of it, is for me is research and then circling up, because I just got to raise one.
I've already paid for everyone's fourth circle costs out of before handing out shares. I already did that.
Yeah, so I want to research more out of the boots, and then raise my one talent and circle.
I was going to pick up some blood charms too. Blood charms are really nice.
I highly recommend blood charms.
There was one of them we talked about, and I don't remember what it was.
You want Forfend? That's 500 silver. You want a death cheat? Probably. That's another 450. And then desperate spell or desperate blow.
I'll be right back.
Depending on, your type of attack. Those are the trifectas.
Yeah, I was going to get a Garland Stone so I can heal wounds faster.
Wound balance would help too.
Let's see, item history tests were the 13th.
So 1,250 for the 3 that I want.
It looks like you guys can do another item history thing, because I think you did twice, right? You did one at the start of last session, and then one midway through, which I didn't mark down. But I have one on the 13th, so one would be the 20th, and it is now the 27th, so today is another chance.
Just posting that in the Discord because 2 people aren't here right now. And oh yes, gonna get some Blood Pebble armor installed on Zinda. Bring her armor ratings up to only slightly lower than mine.
Alright, and I am going to do item histories on the statue.
I guess that won't be done until we've gone back to the care and come back, right?
Right.
Okay.
Now I forget. Did we re-enchant our light quartzes that we got, or?
I believe you did.
We did that. We did that a while ago. Yeah. We also have just a pile of random minor magic items I'm hanging on to, like a hot pot, pure water pot, bedroll of comfort, some warm cloaks, an elf weave robe.
Oh, comfort. Okay, Cloak. Dwarven Winter Night, 275. I highly recommend some cold weather clothing for people, by the way.
Yes. Dwarf Winter Night cloaks are effective and stylish.
Yeah.
How much are those?
275. They're unusual. So I don't know if Joe is going to let us buy rare and unusual items that are magical, even they're on the common table.
Let me look real quick. Here, most common magic items should be fine. I don't see anything that would be hard to find.
Aside from maybe an orichalcum container, but we've already got one.
Yes, you do. And actually, you could probably even find true element kernels here.
Okay, which we have a couple of already.
Yeah, we still have some left, right?
Yeah, I've got two air and one fire, I think. Yep. Which the only real use we found for those is the elevator in the care, which we may or may not ever need to use again at this point.
Right.
Okay.
Item history is based on perception, right?
Yes.
Assume so.
Alrighty then. So besides the shopping, what else are you wish to do?
I need to find. Well, first, since we're shopping in the Grand Bazaar, I go to the section where they sell animals.
Okay.
And see. I need a scroll or something on the care and feeding and training of bats, like fruit bats or things like that.
Okay, yeah, you could easily find somebody has written out instructions on how to care for bats.
Okay, and I need a small cage Preferably one that would like fit on a backpack. Something that I could carry with me without like having to like use both my hands. And if there's any like food pellets or something that are like pre-made.
At fodder. Yep.
Well, I assume that like if they have like certain like dietary requirements, I'm not always going to be able to like.
It's get them insects.
Yeah, well, I mean, fruit bats would require, like I would assume, small pellets of dried fruit or something every now and then. So those are the supplies I basically need.
You can find a cage. That's no problem. Something that fits on your back, though.
I could replace my backpack, and then I just like take my bedroll of comfort and like strap it to the top or something. But yeah.
Yeah, you can have one makeshift turned into something you can wear. You probably wouldn't want to wear it all the time because it would be cumbersome and not very comfortable for the bat itself in there. But like for traveling through places, you could pick it up and wear it. You wouldn't be able to wear another backpack at the time, no.
Yep.
Let's see, to have something like that made, though.
I assume like out of like wicker or something like that.
Yeah. They'd want it as light as possible.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta make a phone call.
All right. Let's see, they don't just have cages in the book. We will say, let's see, backpacks are... $50 silver. To actually have one that is wearable and not very uncomfortable, but still durable. You probably won't want to wear it into combat much.
How much for the scroll?
Negligible. It's included in the cost of the back of the cage.
Okay. And like food pellets or something?
And for feed...
It's like 5 copper a day for a horse, so probably.
Yeah, probably cheaper than that.
5 silver for a month's worth, and don't worry about it again.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see what you got. 1 silver for 2 days for a horse, right? So 15 silver a month for a horse.
Yeah. And I mean, this is
5 silver a month. Yeah, that's, I think, reasonable.
Okay.
But not something you can buy like too far in advance, otherwise it would not be healthy for the bat.
Also let them hunt.
Alright, and Kothar. You can do more item history. What would you like to do?
Everything. Oh,
Well,
Anybody have?
I should say which order because that matters.
I mean, if I get lucky enough on one, it might matter. To start at the top.
Top of which list?
Oh, we got 2 lists, don't we? How about start with the ones we don't know anything about first?
Heart of Fortune and the
armor
bond, I guess.
I don't know. We could have got one of them.
Alright, we going with the thread item progress chart?
Yeah.
Alright, well, plate armor is first on that list.
Good luck.
That sounds about right. That one, that checks. You know what? Just because.
And you can use karma because you're probably not going out this day, so why not?
Yep.
Okay, 200 and
Hey.
2,240.
That's actually pretty good.
Kothar needed a month break. That's what's going on here.
Just needed to. Oh man, that's 3 successes. Hot damn.
Yeah, that might actually get you something here. Let's see, you knew up to rank 1, right? Rank 1, learn the name of the armor, and it's 10. Okay.
Yep.
So you get 3 more. Rank 2, you don't need to know anything. Rank 2, the armor's initiative penalty is 3. For rank 3, the key knowledge, you must learn the name and either the fate or location of the horror that slew the owner, the previous owner of the armor.
Well, we can follow that trail if we really want to.
And the effect.
No, we have the Nethermancer Journal, right? We know he summoned it.
Yeah, but we don't know where it is now.
No, but he had the name, right? He did a horror call. So we need to know the name, right?
This is the previous owner, not the person who was wearing it when you found it.
Oh,
okay. Okay, so we're going to have to go a bit further for that one.
Yeah. The effect of rank 3 is you may store a number of karma points equal to the thread rank in the armor. You may freely transfer karma between your normal pool and the armor as a standard action, and you may spend karma from the armor as if it were from your normal pool.
Wow.
That's a thing.
And then rank 4 is it has Mystic Armor 1.
Okay.
And let's see, you were yeah, you don't know the name of the armor yet. But you are going to be in Thrall, so you can, do you?
Vena's armor, right?
Yes, okay.
Yes, so I've got that, but...
That's right, somebody found that out for you.
Yes.
So then rank 3
some of the journals that we...
is you must learn the name and the fate or location of the horror who slew Vena.
All right.
And I will post these in the general common knowledge bit. All right, the plate armor is updated.
Okay. That is. Oh, hey, I can get an initiative step above 1. That's crazy.
I know. What's up with that?
All right, I'm back. Sorry, what I missed.
I
don't
my
want to
armor apparently might be very cool if I can figure out who killed Venna.
Yeah. How many ranks in item history does Kothar currently have?
5.
Okay, so you can't make any more progress in Poison Ivy.
Nope.
You can make progress in Cornelius's wand, though.
Come on. Come. Really? There we go.
And that is enough to get the last item for his wand. For rank 4, you must. Oh, you don't have to actually learn anything. It just becomes +2 to thread weaving test.
Yep, nothing crazy on that one. Just, very useful. Those 2 talents you have to roll constantly, just get +2 to them.
What's the rank of the item?
Which item?
The one he's weaving.
Obfuscation has 4 ranks.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, is it like journeyman, warden, what?
It's novice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a novice wand. It's basically plus to spellcasting, plus to thread weaving tests.
Yeah, no spell matrix in it, but.
See, the next thing would be the boots. You can potentially unlock one more rank of ability there.
All right.
You're on fire today.
Yeah, well, I was avoiding trying to say anything.
Sorry, I didn't curse it. I'm sorry.
For a rule of 1.
All right, let's see. At 4, weaving to rank 4 lets you get +2 to physical defense.
I like these boots.
You are almost as fast as my mount with those. Once you have to load up, but
I just gotta learn. I gotta learn the name of who made them, and then it's +4, so another +2 to movement.
Yep.
Put me at 14.
Knowing the name of the item would probably make it a lot easier to go down into the library and research that.
That was the plan for before we left.
Let's see. Ring. Boots. You've succeeded to rank 4. The spell matrix ring does not need anything. The heart-shaped Heart of Fortune.
Oh my god.
Mentioning it only made it stronger.
Holy cow.
Apparently I was really fed up of not learning about this amulet.
Yes, I think you were.
Or what it was is I just need to get to rank 5 in item history. I just need to go to, learn just a bit more what item history does. That was the problem. That was a little bit of a bottleneck.
Man, just skip straight to from 0 to 5 threads worth of knowledge on the item.
All right. This one I'm going to put an asterisk on because I have part of it worked out. I don't have all of it yet.
You weren't expecting this.
I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, Yuhothar
Yeah,
usually doesn't roll
that
like
was
this.
entirely unreasonable thing to expect. But it happened anyway, so...
Next would be the glove. You can get up to 2 ranks progress there.
Ah, there it is.
Down to an average roll.
But I didn't get any 1s though. I usually get
Sure.
at least one of them is usually a 1.
Sure, it's not a terrible roll, just average.
That's what we're used to, which is completely helpless against the Heart of Fortune and Venice armor.
Its defense is higher than that.
Yeah. The glove is too cool for you to know what it does.
You got so overly excited about learning all the other stuff that you just completely distracted you from the gloves.
You were just overconfident when you went to work with the glove.
And then there was the hide armor, the ring, and a wand there. I believe you have up to rank 4 already unlocked for those.
Yeah, steel covered in Theron blood.
Was someone wearing the hide armor?
Let me make. Yeah, the elementalist was.
Yeah, the elementalist was.
Oh.
Before.
Oh, there's there a nice little hole.
Before
right
you
in the
ripped
middle.
out his heart.
I went behind the armor. It's fine.
Oh no, the ring. Did I mark those down? Did somebody else mark those down?
The ring, the wand, and the hide armor?
Yeah.
I had them written down in my section of loot from the elementalist.
Okay, I don't have handouts for them yet.
Okay, yeah. I think we kind of just completely forgot about those for like 3 weeks.
I think Arca was wearing the hide armor.
He is, yeah.
I don't know if the wand or the ring. The ring looked like it was mostly a social defense and / interaction ring.
Okay.
I don't remember if anybody claimed that or not.
I thought that was the ring Hack had, but that might have been a different ring.
No.
You had a spell matrix ring or something.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has that ring.
Did Cornelius grab that one?
He might
Maybe.
have.
I'm going to leave it in the party collection thing until we figure out where to go. Yeah. But I should erase the other things that other people have, which are Magical Right Glove. Cornelius definitely has that. The Thread Wand from the Elementalist. Is Hack taking that?
The Thread Wand from the Elementalist?
I don't think we know what it does yet, right?
No, you know what up to rank 5 does.
Oh, okay.
It was
why?
The first rank was a standard matrix equal to the rank of the thread, and then it was +1 to spellcasting, +1 to thread weaving test, +2 to spellcasting, +2 to thread weaving test for the first 5 ranks.
That is highly desirable. What tier of the item is?
It is a warden item.
Yeah, that's a bit pricey. I mean, I do want it, and I think I'll develop it later, but
yeah, you can hang on to it.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's on someone's character sheet, and it probably shouldn't be mine. But this is just where I had like all the random stuff we looted, and I want to clear that out now, so I don't have things listed on my character sheet and someone else's.
Yeah, let me add that to notes then.
What's the name of this one?
You said it was.
Is there a name on this one, or do we not know it yet?
You know it. I just haven't come up with it yet.
Oh, I see.
It was in the element. You can just call it like the Elementalist Wand or something like that.
And it has Matrix of rank, and then it has a after at 2 it's +1 spellcasting. At 3 it's +1 thread weaving, and then repeat 2 and 3.
And the hardened leather, we did some. Did some item history on that. Oh, also in my inventory here, I have the Nethermancer's Grimoire. Did you have that hack?
Yes.
All right, I'll erase that. And we also have a 6 Circle Elementalist's Grimoire, which.
Although I will not admit that I have it to anybody else.
Which I suppose the Elementalist Grimoire, we could just give that to Cornelius. He might be able to get some mileage out of that. He'll need someone to teach him Elementalism.
He's human, right? Yeah, so he
has
to learn. He's got to learn Elementalism.
Yeah, I'll have to find a teacher for Elementalism, but then that will be very useful.
Agreed.
Okay. And the last thing I have is an ornate dagger that we took from the Nethermancer's room that I have magical question mark after it. But I don't remember if that was just like a red herring or something.
Yeah, I don't think many people investigated in there. The dagger would have been a pattern item for dealing with the elves and all that stuff.
Okay.
Kind of in the defense of that area. That's what it was purposefully for. It was torturing the elves, but for the purpose of defending the care. So you could actually weave to it to kill that Nethermancer if he weren't already dead, or to assist in the defending of the care.
Okay.
But in general, probably not worth it.
Yep. Yeah, probably not worth legend points to spend on that. But then I've got the workings of the body and the spirit, and another book that I have them written in the same unknown language. Was that Theron, or was that we don't know at all what the language is there?
I want to say it was Theron.
Okay, because I've been meaning to learn Theron.
Yeah, at the time you didn't know Theron, I believe.
Yeah, no one knew Theron, and so I just have him written down as an unknown language, but I'll learn Theron, and then we can figure out what this is.
Or you can just go and sell them.
We can, yes, but I want to know what's in them before we sell these. I want at least some idea of what we're dealing with. Besides, we just named our group Careful Whispers, so it seems like I should know some of the secrets before I just give them away.
That is probably fair.
Now we have to be subtle. Sigh. And in theory, I guess our group formed around doing like a heist job or something like that, so.
Par for the course?
We haven't been particularly subtle in clearing out a care, but then again, there's only so much subtlety that can be applied to a stone man. Yes.
Okay. I get to keep 155 silver.
Oh, I also have written on my character sheet that we had a light quartz for everyone, if that changes anyone's purchasing decisions.
And I have 11 blood damage.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I've got 7, but yeah, 11 is... I've also got 19 toughness, so I can take it.
I got the Group Oath, 2. Death Cheat, 3. Desperate Spell, 3. Horror Fen, 3.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, hell, I could just go for a second Desperate Blow Charm. That would probably be a solid choice.
All right.
Oh,
speaking of the group, has everybody come up with their item?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I have to make it over the next couple days, right?
I mean, I'm assuming that, us making it can mean us paying someone else to make it according to our specifications.
Yes.
Because I don't have any skills for actually making things.
Yes, it can be made to your specifications. You can have somebody do it, and under very select circumstances, you can use an item that already exists.
Mm-hmm.
If something really has meaning for whatever reason, it can be it. But yes, you can have it.
Like if we still had that dagger that we stole in the first heist, that would definitely be a potential pattern item for the group or something like that. But
it could be for one person anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to get commissioned like a very, very nice saddlebag with like a silver clasp in the shape of the insignia that we had worked out.
Darn. If only I'd kept that wizard's heart. See, I could have done something with the heart.
God. It's just like you weave a thread to it, it just starts beating again.
Yes, exactly.
This is fine.
That would have been amazing. Bad. What are you talking about?
Is our poor Withling spending too much time with our Nethermancer?
Yeah. The Heart of Fortune, I will tell you this, that it does seem to be geared more towards a Nethermancer and Spellcaster.
Oh, yeah. What did that thing do?
I don't have all of the... I have some of the higher rank details figured out, but not the lower rank details figured out, but it's more Spellcaster / Nethermancer.
Okay.
Like you need more
swap
things.
That out for the wand.
All right. Now, I guess the wand... We'll hang on to that in case Cornelius wants a second wand.
But if not, we can give it up. City.
Matthias, right? Does Matthias have a wand?
Who?
You talking about me?
Kothar?
Kothar?
Yeah.
Why are we Kothar?
Kothar, sorry. Yeah.
He's the weaponsmith. Don't.
Yes. They learn elementalism, right?
No, not in this edition.
Okay. Okay. I thought so. I was wrong.
I mean, you can multidiscipline. But...
They learn weaponism.
Actually, what is their threat?
Well, if that's true, then eventually maybe just turn that in. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll give Cornelius the choice if he wants it first, because it is a matrix item with bonuses to spell casting, so that thing's real good.
All right, so the rest of that day, so later that day,
and then swearing.
Yes, actually, you can do that swearing if you wish. Where do you wish to do it at? Just in your home? You want to go anywhere special?
Our secret location.
Yeah, that makes sense. Go to the garden.
All right, your secret location in the garden. On your way to the garden, before you get too close, you happen to see Mianne leaving the garden, talking with the person that you guys stole the dagger from.
Okay.
They seem to be fairly close, that they don't have to talk loudly. Kind of leaning in occasionally to talk and listen, and then walking for a bit, and then repeating the same thing. And when they leave the garden, they are going further into Thrall, so away from you.
Are they leaving together or separate?
Yes, together.
That's curious. Do we know that person's name?
I don't know if you ever found out their name, but hold on. My computer is really starting to lag. Yeah, we'll say you had the name when you went to rob the stuff. His name was Jassam. And his family name was Nobleforge.
A dwarf, I assume.
Yep, he is a dwarf.
All right. That is interesting. Maybe we should look into that at some point. But right now we have a group pattern to form.
You do. We'll say that the custom work doesn't take long. So your custom saddlebag is ready. Anything else you wish that anybody else wished made or augmented is ready.
What were everyone else's items that they were using?
I have a bone decoration for my crest.
All right.
You said it has to be like of some value to us or something, or no?
Personal value.
It has to be representative of your role to the group.
Yeah.
Like the saddlebag is kind of like I've been managing supplies and for people so far, and so that's kind of my role for the group is maintaining logistics and metaphorically bearing burdens in terms of I take your damage. I bear that burden for other people.
Yeah, as far as the mechanical goes, it has to be an item that you keep with you that potentially can be stolen, lost, whatever. Because part of the importance is actually keeping it with you and paying attention to where it's at, knowing it, and stuff like that too.
Okay. I believe for her, my brain is a little foggy on this one. I was doing some sort of animal claw, I believe, because it makes the most sense.
I think that sounds familiar.
And I was going to like wrap it up in her hair, so she's going to make it like a hairpiece for it. So like put some leather with it basically and attach it, and then use it as like a scrunchie,
a hairpiece type of thing.
Yes, it's a bone scrunchie.
A bone scrunchie.
Yes,
that sounds horrifying. Jesus Christ,
yeah, that sounds like an implement of torture.
That makes the most sense for her too. Say it's perfect.
It really does. Like, you have a friendly and bubbly personality. You also pluck people's hearts out of their chest with your claws.
I mean, I can see somebody. Okay, we're gonna get some answers from you, Kinsey. Give me the bone scrunchie.
What does the bone scrunchie do? You don't want to find out.
No one's actually got that far yet. We don't know.
We're not sure what she's going to do with it, but we're fairly certain it won't be pleasant. And then she just does up their hair very nicely with the bones.
Yeah, that's it.
That's because they always talk first.
Yeah, they always do every time.
Yeah, she just like makes it tighter and they think something's really bad about to happen when they do that, and it's like, and they're like, okay, now I'll talk. But yeah, she's gonna make a bone scrunchie. Yeah, a claw scrunchie. Sorry.
No, bone scrunchie.
Bone scrunchie, claw scrunchie, whatever. It's fine. It'll be like a animal claw. So officially.
I actually had a heck of a time trying to think of something for Kothar, but I actually liked part of the idea for the bookmark, because he has a the book around which has all the notes for all the thread items we found and all the details dealing with those, and so it was kind of like a twofold where he wanted to make a slip cover thing for the book itself, but it's actually the bookmark that he marks the pages with is actually the thread item.
Nice.
So he has like a metal slip cover that the book slides in, but it's actually the bookmark inside that, like a little metal bookmark inside that is the thread item.
All right.
All right. So the oath to swear.
Oh, and Kinsey can do any of the etchings that you need for the symbol because she's got the tattoo thing. That should work for any of the etchings, right? See, she can personalize
probably, yeah.
everything. Yeah. It's a little unique, but she draws out all the etchings before she does a tattoo anyway, so it should work,
I'm going to go ahead and spend 50 silver on my item. I just want it to be a very nice bag.
Yeah, she just needs someone to sort of like attach the leather to it to make it a scrunchie of sorts. So a very flexible leather is what she needs.
All right. You have the Odom. Okay, it's a group oath of blood peace. So a sample oath of that is, let's see, you press your everybody cuts themselves, press your weapon or whatever into the other's blood or mix it, and then, actually I will copy this and paste it in chat.
Just sprang off and draw blood from their tails.
Just so that you don't have to follow along. But as the sun shines upon the earth, so shall light illumine my deeds. All people shall see that I mean no harm to, and other character's name. In this instance, it would be the group name.
Okay.
I shall take no action to bring harm to those of their blood, or knowingly allow harm to befall the group or those of their blood. Actually, no, you wouldn't even those of their blood, because that's a personal thing. Just the group. No harm to the group, and allow no harm to befall to those of the group. As the moon shines upon the earth, so shall light illumine my intent, and all people shall see that I honor my promise.
How fancy.
And essentially what that means is most of the bonuses you get are when you are acting with your group or on behalf of your group. Right? When you just go off on your own and you're doing whatever for yourself, you don't benefit from the group pattern. And it also befalls if, now not in combat, but if you know that somebody is planning on going up to harm a group member and you do nothing to stop it, prevent it, or aid the group party, then that counts as breaking your oath. At which point your wound just starts to bleed, I believe, for a year until you can heal it.
A year and a day, yep.
Really?
Yes.
So
blood wounds are nasty business. Don't break blood oaths. It's
People
not
that
pleasant.
break blood oaths are very looked down upon usually.
So whatever wound I create with this, I will bleed if I break the oath. Is basically what you're saying.
Yes.
Interesting.
Let's see. Where do we mark blood and magic damage? I know we can put it in items. Is there a separate thing for blood?
Under equipment, there's a blood damage section.
Okay, and I guess I could add in an item and just call it blood oath apiece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just put in group oath.
Fair enough.
Oh, under put it one under like would it be
under blood magic?
Under blood magic, okay.
Yeah.
How many is it for the group oath?
Two.
Wow, Kothar's got a lot of blood magic going on right now.
I've got 12 now.
12. I do too. I got 12 too.
Nice.
Because I took the Jeff's, I got Desperate Blow and Death Cheat.
I got a Garland Stone and 2 Desperate Blow charms.
And then, of course, my Blood Pebble armor.
Yes.
That takes a chunk. But I'm a rock man. I think I can take it.
With a rock plan.
Okay. Interesting.
What?
Should we say where we cut ourselves? Just out of curiosity.
I'm probably gonna go with the tail to strengthen.
Yeah.
Is there like a traditional spot for each?
Your dominant arm.
Yeah, I'll just go with that.
That's what I was thinking. I was just thinking like the
not
bicep.
The palm of your hand.
Only amateurs do that.
So it would be like down the arm, like a large cut, basically down the arm.
Not a large one, just a noticeable one.
Okay, all right.
You don't have to like scar from elbow to wrist.
Well, you can if you want to.
I guess that's the dedicated ones.
This really sounds like a Kinsey thing that she would be. Yeah, let's do this. She like pops her claws and just like scratches down her arm, and you're like, wait, no, you. Oh, okay.
Oh yes, I should probably also start making some thread weaving tests against this armor.
Now, when you swear a personal blood peace oath and you keep it for a year and a day, you can then heal the wound, and the scar turns where is it?
Turns like bright
golden
gemstone colors or something. Yeah.
Color of gold or silver.
Oh, that's cool.
You then can add +1 to your death rating for as long as you both maintain your vow of peace afterwards.
Fancy.
That's cool.
But those are for personally sworn. Like, hey, we're going into battle. I'll watch your back, you watch ours. Let's swear a blood oath type of thing.
Yeah. Kinsey, what she does, she like weaves the cut between all of her tattoos because she doesn't want to mess up her tattoos. she does this like weave around her tattoos as she cuts.
As an owner of a tattoo, you do not want a cut to go through it because it will not look the same after it heals.
Yep.
Because I had my dog scratch mine when it was fresh, by the way. So I have a nice little discoloration.
Well, I guess as a tattoo artist, you could cut yourself in a way so that the scar would kind of amplify it afterwards. Mm-hmm. But
she could literally design it to where it's like part of her tattoo kind of thing, and like the scar comes off the tattoo and makes it look cool.
Scarification is a body modification.
Yep, it is. She stylizes her cut. That's what she'll do. That's it. She even puts a little curve in it,
Oh dear.
She looks at it again and is like, wait, that's not right. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm ready. She spends like 5 minutes cutting herself while the rest of you are like just bleeding. Can you hurry up?
And if you have legend points, you may immediately start weaving threads to it, or you can wait and decide afterwards.
Sweet.
All right. During downtime, you can weave to the armor with no problem because you can just keep trying.
I mean, yeah, it's once a day. I can make a lot of rolls at step 8 with 1 karma. Eventually, I'll hit an 18.
Okay. How do we add this item itself, though?
You would go into equipment,
Mm-hmm.
and for each bonus you want, you would probably create an individual item because each thread counts as its own thread.
Oh, okay. So under thread items, right?
Yes.
Ooh, I get to name this thing? Yeah, okay.
They start at 300 ledger points.
What's the tier that we work
It
with
counts as
or?
warden tier.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 300, 500, 800.
Go thread attached to the... Okay.
Okay. So you said for each effect we should
Yes.
create a separate one. So it's not like the other one that builds on
right,
itself.
you can just type group and then whatever the effect is. That way you can easily point it out.
Yeah, that's I did group item, then durability is the first one I'm choosing.
Yep, durability is one that can't really get any other way.
That's why I put it on there, because or at least made a note to grab that one. I mean,
yeah, durability is a nice one. Wound threshold is another nice one, especially for the people that are in combat a lot.
Yeah.
But there's other good ones too. It's one of the few ways to actually raise your defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the max rank we can have?
5.
Your thread weaving, or 5, or your thread.
Yeah.
Weaving rank.
Whichever is lower.
And that's 5 for each one?
For each of the, yeah.
Okay.
You can have as many threads woven to it up to 5 or your thread weaving rank, and each one up to rank 5 or your thread weaving rank.
Oh.
Okay. And durability increases the
Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted.
Durability, each rank of durability makes you count as 1 circle higher for your discipline's durability rating.
So for us swole melee fighters, we get 7 extra unconscious death rating for every rank of durability we take.
Oh, that would be fancy.
Yes, it's not so good for spellcasters, but
I guess. I mean, it adds 3, but it's still something.
It's less powerful, but more necessary on spellcasters, is what it is.
Okay, so if I do durability rank 1, it's going to cost 300. Did you say?
Yes.
Yep. It'll do the record thing if you do it, right? So if you put my name of the item is group-durability, right? And then I set the tier to warden, and then the effects I said plus to durability, right? And then I increased the rank to 1, and it gave me the in the message section of the chat, the record thing for 300 legend points.
Yeah.
So I see it pop up.
I do.
Did it pop up for you to record it?
Yeah, it did. Okay.
That seems to be fixed for everybody.
But the durability thing, where do I enter that in?
Okay.
If you go to parameters, then
there we go.
In that section, there's health ratings and durability, and you want to put a 2 there because it will actually it will calculate out how many you get per circle there. I tried entering 14, and my health ratings went up to over 100.
Okay, so under health ratings, put a 2 under durability.
Or if you're weaving, I will rank 2 thread. If you're weaving a rank 2 thread.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. So if it's just 1 for the moment, then do 1. If it's 2, do 2. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
And that'll make up for all that blood magic damage I just took.
Question before I'm thinking about doing 2. How much is it for you have a talent? How much does it go from 3 to 4? I want to make sure I have enough to go to 3 to 4 and get rank 2.
Novice talent?
Yes.
500.
Okay, I'll have enough. Okay. I didn't want to go to 2 ranks in durability and then not have enough to raise my talent to circle up. That'd be awkward.
Oh, yeah.
I still got to raise some stuff to circle up. Yeah, wait. To circle up, we need stuff at 5 now?
7 talents at 4.
4.
Oh,
Okay.
I assume you're circle 3 right now.
Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2. Yeah, I've only got 3 of them right now. So I got a lot of room to grow here at the moment.
Oh god, that armor to get it to rank 3 is going to cost a total of 2,600 legend points. Oh dear. And also, I need more key knowledge to make that work. But the extra karma would be very helpful.
That's all the blood oath and all that, the blood magic stuff we did. With the 2 in durability, it moved me back up there as if I didn't take all that blood damage.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now you have a bunch of crazy blood charm powers, and you're not bleeding out of your eyeballs.
All right, let's do this as well.
I only had to put 1 in the parameter.
Yeah, you put however many ranks you're weaving. If you weave 1 rank of durability, you only put 1 in the parameters.
Yeah.
Right. And I need at least one of my 2 newer ones to be used for at 4 to do this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And we have 2 days, so we can do two more, 2 boosts basically for the talents.
Well, you technically have a day and a half.
Oh,
you
okay.
have the day after the debriefing, and half the day is basically used travel time getting in and out of there. And then you have the following day, so 2 talents there. And then you're being escorted on that 3rd day in the morning, so you don't have after that.
So 2 talents basically is what we can raise.
Well,
okay.
3.
Okay.
3 if you didn't do anything, yeah.
Okay.
So there's enough time to raise a talent and circle up before we leave?
No.
Just raise a talent?
Just raise talent, yeah. Circling up is going to take 40 hours of training.
Okay.
Usually a week or 3 days if you're at a rush job.
Yeah.
I'll at least get myself to the point where we have some time to do that. I'll have.
Yeah, I mean, once we go back and let the people in Basita, Basita know what's going on, and then.
And Basita does, unless something happened while you were gone, have trainers that can get you up to 4 too once you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, also, if you wanted to spend any time in the library, though, that is going to affect this too.
That's what it was. I wanted to raise up 1 talent, and then I wanted to research the name of the person who created the boots while we were here.
Okay. Do you have the research talent or skill?
I believe I have it at least as a skill. I have it as a skill.
Okay. Would you like to pay somebody to help you research?
What's their rank at? Probably better than mine.
Probably better than yours, yes.
I'll pay somebody. Kothar would love to do it himself, but Matt the player would not. Kothar would be fine researching though.
So a sage, you're just paying to help research details in a book. It's nothing super dangerous or anything, so and also only half a day. They will charge you 20 silver.
Okay.
And what is your total rank?
In research?
Yeah.
2.
No. Skill plus
8.
attribute. 8. Okay. So I can roll, or you can roll with a +4 bonus.
You can go ahead and roll.
Okay. I will give them the +4 bonus. All right, in researching boots, they learn that it is the name of a monkey that accompanies it. No. All right, so you knew the name of the boots, the creator of the boots. You do learn. It darn birds. The name of the creator of the boots was Navar Fangiros. And I will type that out so you don't have to worry about the spelling.
I'm reading a book right now where the character's last name is Navar, spelled like that.
It was an elf. They were created before the Scourge. There's not a whole lot of details in it. They were actually made for somebody. The research doesn't actually reveal who they were made for, but it's just with the maker's mark on it and the name that you know of. That person had tended to name things after flora.
I wonder if it'd be interesting if the person that made the boots is also the same one that made Kinsey's armor.
I found them on the same group, so it's not that unreasonable.
I'm going to make a note of that to tell Kinsey, because I figured that would be something that Kinsey might want to know, in case it becomes relevant later.
It's possible. And I have added the name into the boot entry.
Do I have enough karma to at least go to rank 3? Or not karma. Wrong game. Legend points.
Legend points. The unfortunate thing is, though, that just telling somebody, hey, this is probably the name, doesn't actually help them until they can actually find verifiable whether it is or not. They actually have to do the research and unlock that ability.
But at least potentially give them an idea of where to start.
Yes.
Let's see. Do I have the karma points? Let's find out. I do. Sweet.
Yeah, I have 5 of them at 4 right now. So a little. I'll be able to finish it soon.
All right. So anybody else? Also, I should make note. She is going to teach people a skill. You may wish to have points available for the skill.
Air sailing?
Air sailing, yes.
Air sailing as a skill.
Yep, I'm gonna put a rank into that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it might be helpful.
We don't spend it yet.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But whenever we get around to it, I'm hanging on to a few points to get air sailing and to learn Theron.
An animal bond for me.
Yep.
It might be useful, just in case.
Yeah, I need about 20 minutes to get all my talents up there, and then I'm gonna need 3 weeks to get those 2 skill points that I want.
Get my air legs.
Yes. Obsidian Sky Raiders.
Alright, so if there's nothing else...
That's a heavy metal album cover.
Yes.
Heavy metal album cover, title too. Kind of can't go wrong with anything in that one.
Just drop 900 pounds of angry obsidian onto something and it just collapses.
He's already angry because he's up in the air. So it's, half the work's already done.
New terminology for creating a mosh pit. Okay. So that night, there is a lot of noise happening. It doesn't really disturb anybody's sleep, but it seems like down the road, kind of barely in view before the tunnel curves around out of sight, the dwarf and his crew seem to be redecorating another house.
I'd force if necessary.
Yep. It's hard to tell if the homeowners gave them permission or not, but they are actually out there doing work.
Stealth carpentry is being performed here.
All right, and in the morning, the dwarf is there again with the carriage.
All right. Get ourselves cleaned up, packed up, and ready to go off. And hopefully not be murdered by Therans.
Well, not on the way to the air docks, anyway.
Oh, of course not. After that, well.
They take you. The dwarf leads you not to that cavern that you are at, but to an area where it seems to be an airship crew preparing. Right, Leota is there, and there are about 6 others. 2 of them are dwarves. Most of them seem to be Tiskrang. Right, so 2 dwarves, 3 Tiskrang, and we'll say 1 orc. And they are all dressed in similar uniforms, but not exactly identical. And they are basically right now checking each other's for harnesses and all the gear, making sure what they have strapped onto them is strapped onto them, which isn't much. Obviously, they're going to be climbing rigging and stuff. They don't want too much stuff hanging out, but what they are wearing, they do want secured nicely. So they are checking that. And then they kind of watch the carriage pull up, and you guys get off. And almost as one, eyes go to the obsidian.
Gonna have to row extra hard today, boys.
It's kind of like an awkward wave, just...
Get out the crane!
And there is a noticeable sigh among almost all of them. And then one of the Tiskrang walks up to you, to the group rather, but stops in front of Kothar. You might want to stay in the as close to the middle as possible. And not for your own safety, mind you. We can get that, but we don't want you throwing off the course of the ship. In fact, we can secure you to the mast if you want. And then the orc, one of the elves. No, the dwarf, the one dwarf, walks up. Cut that out. You'll be fine. All right, let's get a look at you. Make sure what you're taking can be secured, what you're wearing is not going to get in the way. And they kind of space you all out and start doing a once over and pat down. And no, you want to tuck this in and tie this better and that type of thing.
Okay. Feeling slightly overdressed in plate mail, yeah.
Yeah.
Might want to take that off with the journey.
Yeah, you don't have to wear that on the, well, I suppose it's hard to separate people from their armor sometimes.
But what if we have to fight someone in the air? I don't want to be unarmored. Just.
I think Kizzy will look at how many times do we fight people in the air?
I don't know. How often do you fight people in the air?
Well, I always fight people sort of in the air, or on his shoulder, whichever one works best.
It's in the Tylon Mountains, right? It's not that far of a journey.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about any Theron airship bases up there. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, assuming there is, but we're dropping off a contingent of builders and support staff over there. And we have a well-armed contingent on the ship itself now. It's a bit bigger than what you flew in on.
Okay. Yeah, should be fine then.
In fact, are we ready, Captain? And Leota's kind of walking around the group and, all right, gather round. You two, she motions to your group. And she does an inspection. She, walks down the line, stops in front of each person, gives them a once over type of thing, moves on to the next one. All right, I'll make air sailors out of you two, if out of you a lot. As quick as I can. Anyway, let's go.
Very good, Captain. All right.
It's too bad we don't actually have our air sailor here. It would have at least been somewhat more impressive.
I mean, our air sailor managed to fly this group all the way back just on his own.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was.
And she leads you off to the side of the cavern, where there is a big metal disc, probably about, say, 10 yards in diameter. And the builder crew comes with them, too. There is a group of 6 that are going with you guys that you're going to drop off, that are going to help them resettle and start building outside and dismantling any buildings inside if they need for resources and that type of thing. This is just the first wave, and presumably 1 or 2 of them are members of the REF as spies. And she gives the signal. Some people that are staying here in the cavern rub some air kernels into the disc itself, and it begins to elevate. And you end up off the top at the sky docks. One of the official, not just the service or merchant commercial docks. You actually end up in the official Throlic sky docks, where there's a nice ship. Not necessarily a very sleek, fast ship, but it is definitely larger than your Drakkar that you salvaged. There is a crew on board already, so it looks like in addition to what you have, the total crew complement is probably about 20, plus room for maybe 20 more, give or take. And everybody boards, and she begins to point out stations for everybody and assigns one of the crew that was already on the ship to basically tag along with you and start to show you the ropes and the deck and the mast and the rudder.
Yes, all those things. Yep, I'll go ahead and pack away the plate mail and follow instructions as best I can.
Yeah.
Port, starboard, all the other, fancy terms that I don't know.
Yes. Port, starboard.
Aft, stern.
And like 90% of it is too heavy for Kinsey to even budge, but that's okay. She's gonna try.
Yeah, Kinsey is real good for removing stray birds from the netting and the rigging.
Oh yes, you can do that.
They also point you out to where there are 2 fire cannons on the ship.
Ooh.
My, yes.
If we come under attack, these will be our first line of defense, so the armor really shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I can see how armor might not matter against a fire cannon.
And Leota gives a speech to everybody, basically, kind of a sailor thing, I guess.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know much about the rituals and superstitions, but she does, so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gotta Christian the new command.
Yep. Mind your assistants or tag-alongs, as she puts it. Teach them what you're doing. Halfway through the journey, we will swap and issue new assistants so that you're learning more than one station on the ship during the journey. And then it departs.
Kids is like, aye, Captain. Probably not really docked, but
almost immediately you realize that this ship goes faster than yours was.
Oh.
Understandable.
Kinsey is annoyed because now she has to stay on the floor and not really flutter around because she'll get left behind.
No, you actually, while you are flying, another windling flies out from underneath somewhere and is actually flying along the, not too high obviously, but seems to be flying okay.
Ooh.
Flittering from the front to the back, and then up, spiraling up the mast up to where the crow's nest is, and perches up there.
Oh, I'm going to go up there.
And it is a male windling.
Him. Okay.
A him. He is dressed in kind of very light armor, mostly functional clothes, nothing really loose. And he is inside the crow's nest. It is a larger crow's nest, so obviously a person-sized person could be in here, not a windling size. But he is holding on to the side, and it looks like by the time you get up there, he has managed to pull a harness of some sort and hook it onto his waist, to where there is a belt with a loop.
Oh, okay. She'll fly up there. And...
Ah, welcome.
Hi, I'm Kinsey.
We're delivering you, is it?
Well, sort of. You're actually teaching me.
Oh. I'm teaching you.
Well, I mean, I figured the best person to learn from how to fly an airship as a windling would be another windling.
Yes, I suppose. Although I've got the boring duty of just keeping lookout. So if you want to keep lookout, here, and he kind of reaches down to where there's another harness kind of wrapped around the railing of the crow's nest, unrolls it, snap that on, just in case.
Ah, awesome. Okay. Well,
up here, the wind buffer doesn't protect as well.
Oh, there's a wind buffer, so I don't fly off. That makes a lot more sense.
Yes. So Kinsey, I'm Liam.
Hi. How long
nice to
have
meet
you been doing this?
How long? What?
How long have you been doing this?
Oh, see, he starts to count. 2 years? 3 years?
Oh, so you're like a pro. Awesome.
Oh, yes, I'm a pro. You don't survive long if you're not a pro.
Yeah, we just recovered an airship of our own, and now we have to learn how to fly it.
Oh, what kind of airship?
I think it's a secret. Maybe I'm not supposed to tell you.
Oh, I understand.
But it's a smaller one than this.
I think I've let's see, that's the one that came in, no, not yesterday. 3 days ago.
Oh, yeah, everyone did see it, didn't they? So it's not much of a secret. Yes, that would be the one.
That they call a Drakkar. Although it's, well, there's a few different sizes of Drakkar, so they should really come up with a different name for it, I would think, huh? Since it's a smaller one, maybe just a Drakkar. I don't know. Therans and their names.
But yep, that would be ours.
All right, so what we're doing, and he kind of stops and realizes that he hasn't been doing it, is we're watching for approaching dangers. Whether that be other airships or Kroa. Gyre Nashers are bad too.
Wait, what's a Kroa and a Gyre Nasher? What are those?
Bad stuff.
I mean, how do I know when one's coming if I don't know what it is?
Good point. If you see something coming and it's bigger than a bird, let me know.
Bigger than a bird? Like a hawk or just like a blue jay?
Yes.
Good. Perfect. I can watch. I'm good at this. This is one of my skills. As she deftly starts looking around.
All right. Anybody else?
I gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back.
The poor guy that has to who's stuck with Kothar.
The orc is following you around. Or leading you around, I should say. All right. Well, he kind of looks at you. Let's see. They told me you're a weaponsmith? Perhaps we should start by manning the fire cannons. Follow me. And he leads you to the... let's see, I don't know if they would be on the port and starboard side or on the stern and aft. Or port and bow and stern, rather. But he leads you to one of them. All right, this one covers this particular fire arc. It doesn't cover the whole ship, so sometimes we have to maneuver the ship to keep things in our fire arc. Let's see, and he shows you the process of loading it. He doesn't actually load it, but he shows you where the shot is and how to load it and how to prep it and how to fire it, how to aim it. Not that this would help you out since your ship doesn't have a fire cannon, but maybe someday.
How much do fire cannons cost?
I can see that coming home one day. All right, everybody, I bought a fire cannon. Now we need a ship to support it.
We're gonna need a bigger airship because I bought a fire cannon.
We're gonna build Thrall's version of the A-10.
I approve of this.
This is what happens when you put wings on a gun. So they also show somebody, how to do the rigging, adjust the sails, different things like that. And you are flying a lot faster than your other ship, to the point where it took you almost 2 days to get back here. And by a little after midday, you're already passing where you had camped for the night.
Okay, I'll try to pick out the spot that
yeah,
we're looking for.
It's not that hard. I mean, where you camped at anyway, because you guys had been searching for a spot to lower the ship and camp anyway. This one's also flying just a little bit higher, not very much higher. But you do see the mountains already approaching in the distance. It seems like the estimate that you guys are probably thinking of is, yeah, that's probably another 10 hours off in the distance. And then in about 4.5, 5 hours, you're there.
Speed. Okay.
And she comes in. She basically not following the... What map are you guys on? You're on this map, okay. She doesn't follow the purple line. That was your ground travel. She kind of swings south more and approaches it from the east-southeast-ish. So like from... Oops, I'm on the color thing. Like down here, she circles down underneath the image of the airship on the map and approaches it that way. And when you guys are approaching the mountains, the captain, she is not actually steering the ship at the time or holding the rudder. She walks up. We're coming in this way because of reports of a Theron camp of some sort further into the mountains.
Oh, they found it?
No, but we had reports of it.
Those might have been ours, I guess.
Yeah, we're not equipped to go seeking it right now, but we do want to avoid detection if possible.
That seems reasonable.
All right, so I need somebody to be eyes over the railing to point our landing spot. And then she kind of looks up into the crow's nest to where Kinsey and Liam are. You two up there, she shouts.
Volunteers to lean over the side.
Whoa, 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 here, harness.
It takes all the fun out of it.
But yeah, you guys are approaching, and you guys, you left via airship. You didn't really approach via airship, so you're not exactly sure what to look for. So I need just about everybody that is looking to make me an awareness or perception roll.
Can I do navigation?
No.
Oh.
This is actually spotting the care entrance.
Alrighty then.
I'm sorry, what were we rolling?
Awareness or navigation. Awareness or perception if you don't have awareness.
Oh, okay, that is me. I didn't roll the one.
Yeah,
okay, I thought I rolled the one. I'm like, yeah, that checks off. Just a man looking over the edge.
No. The Obsidian has much better eyes than the dwarf.
Oh no, he just wants to land, so he's very focused.
There we go.
Cinnamon runs up to the edge. All right, we're there. Hurry. Kinsey and Hack
hopping from foot to foot, and the boat shakes.
Yeah, almost all of you except for Maxim. Kothar is the first one to point, but then Kinsey up in the crow's nest, you spot the landing spot too, and so they land probably about a half hour out. Right, not just up the canyon, and they kind of have to find a little bit of a clearing out of the way in a spot that's wide enough for the ship, and they don't actually land. They hover maybe a dozen yards up. They drop ropes. Most of the crew that's with you just kind of steps up onto the railing and right off.
I'm gonna strap on the plate mail, get on Zinda, and just jump off. Do a catfall.
I pull myself out of the harness. Thank you so much. That was really exciting.
All right. From what I hear, we're keeping you on, though, right? You're not staying here long?
No. We'll be returning with you. Yes.
All right.
Just got to make some introductions.
The air sailors, probably about half a dozen of them, do wind catcher and just leap off the side, go to the ground, and they are there to then catch ropes, and they start to loosely tie them to some trees in the distance and things to semi-anchor it so it doesn't drift horribly far. And then they begin to climb back up the ropes and help to load the builder crew on a small, almost like a lifeboat. And then they kind of row that one down slowly.
Interesting.
And anybody of you that doesn't want to just jump off the side can be on that too.
Well, I'll just fly down.
Yeah, Kothar will take the slow route rather than the expedited, gravity.
Yeah.
Assisted.
Expedited shipping.
They probably have to lower him on the boat by himself.
See, Kothar needs to learn how to do the superhero pose landing.
Yep.
Is there a skill?
We need the opposite of wind catcher. What's the one where you just go faster, but you just don't get hurt? You just break the earth when you land.
Kothar needs to pick up the skill, how to make an entrance.
Yeah, downstrike would be good.
Yeah, just downstrike the ground. That'd be great.
Probably some kind of downstrike knack lets you ignore the fall damage if you.
Yeah, I don't know if downstrike, because it doesn't really put a height limit. You just have to be higher than.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But yeah, you get the bonus damage. It just doesn't. Downstrike itself doesn't do anything about the fact that you're falling.
Yeah, you'd probably need Windcatcher along with it.
Oh.
And all you have to do is look at an ant. I downstrike the ant. There you go. See, look, you got it. You're good.
When you are landing, some of the people, the townsfolk from the care, are coming out to meet you because they, do have people out and about already doing some work. It looks like they are starting the process of chopping some trees and clearing the jungle out a little bit farther and making the first steps in what might be a town, an above-ground town. But it's going to be a process.
Yeah.
Out here, though, there are a few people that you recognize from before. Welcome back, welcome back.
Yes, good to be back. And with help from Thrall.
I see that.
Hopefully you haven't had any trouble while we've been gone.
Well, a little bit, but I think it's, I don't know, animals from the jungle. Trying to come in. They attacked some of our scouts that were roaming out, but we managed to drive them away. I guess it's been a while since they kind of look at the jungle. Not used to.
It's gone a bit wild. Yes, important to keep a good watch on the jungle. Lots of dangerous creatures in there, but of course, dangerous means useful too.
Yes, we learned. But more than that, let's see. You brought people to help. Let's get you inside so we can start to get you some places to rest and organize and start to plan.
Cool.
Yes, plans to be made.
And they lead you and the builder crew inside. And most of the air sailor crew remains out here.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll do like rough introductions of the building crew. It's like say your name and what you do, like they do in the first day of class,
Yep. There's Bob and Bobber and Bobby and yeah. They start to introduce themselves. They are shown some quarters because there were a lot of empty rooms and stuff that were serviceable. And since it's now evening when you get here, it seems that they are having a feast. On the outside, a bit off to the slight side where there's a clearing, and they have started to work on chopping some of the trees down. it seems they are having a large roast of some type of animal.
All right. Looks like we got here at a good time then.
Yes. Now that we have a different type of meat to eat, we have been hunting. It's nice to have fresh food for the people.
Did you find a better source of water than the one in the cave?
No, not yet.
Okay. We bought an elementalist that's going to take a look at your... Wait, do we have the elementalist yet? Or no, is that later?
No, one of the people here is an elementalist.
We brought one that might be able to look at your water and see if we can't purify it.
Oh, very good, very good.
It might take time, but...
We have a few elementalists, too. I forgot, did you guys tell somebody that the water was poisoned, or...?
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
We did, yeah.
Okay.
Don't remember who, but I thought we told someone.
Yeah.
We told
Hopefully,
one of
just
one of our leader people, that the ones that were helping us train or something. We told one of them, I think.
You know, it's kind of a very slow process of going in there and finding all of their water barrels basically emptied out and having to purify it a little bit at a time and transfer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Until they find a fresh source.
Yeah, we got pure water pots, but what about pure water pipes where you just run water through them and it comes out pure? Where's that?
That would be nice.
Or until somebody can find the source of the taint.
Yeah. Okay.
But everything seems to be, nothing has gotten worse. More of the people seem to be, now that you see it, out of a sort of stupor that they were in before that you hadn't noticed. A lot of the people seem a lot more animate, more engaging of you guys and each other than they were before.
No longer enthralled.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's good.
They look much better.
I mean, in comparison, they weren't like totally mind controlled. They were just having certain aspects of life kind of blurred. And
right.
Now it seems to be more clear. And in fact, your trainers each approach you too and welcome you.
Yep. Yeah. Greet them warmly. Make sure that they're
and somewhere off in the distance, a elven sky raider ambushes Arca.
Not again. I assume Nessari is enjoying having some more space to run around in, not cooped up underground all the time.
Yes. So what are you guys going to do, and how long do you wish to stay? Right now, the heir, Leota, not wishes, but she says she'd rather not travel at night, so they're going to camp for the night at least. But if you need more than a day or two, they are willing to stick around, but she would like some of you to train during that time if possible. But otherwise, you have the night.
So, what we could do is spend like a week here to train up air sailing and circle up. And as well as doing whatever information collecting we're doing, and then we could do that if we want to circle up here instead of back at Thrall.
I'm a long way from circling up.
I don't think I have enough to circle up quite yet.
I think I'm the only one that is close because everybody else had higher ranked threat items than me. So,
I'm ready to circle up, but I'm just barely. So okay, so we won't worry about that then. So I guess the question is what information do we want about the? Is there any more information we need to collect about the areas we're going to come back and check out?
I mean, we could do the quick scout of the island. I think that's not unheard of. I mean, I think we should avoid going underground into the undead place there, just because we don't know how far deep that is. But the island should be pretty easy to scout, in a day.
Yeah, we could at least get a look at what's over there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, so how long do we want to spend? I mean, okay, I guess it depends on how long it's going to take to explore there.
Yeah, I would imagine at least one full day, and then we could leave the next morning, kind of thing.
Okay.
All right.
And you guys can train with them if you want while I go and scout it, and I can come back. But I'm pretty sure Hack wants to come and look at it too, because he's the one that really was interested in it.
Yeah, yeah. And as long as we're bringing
I'm interested in the island, and I also want to go looking for bats on the plateau.
You want to look for bats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably find some bats. All right. Okay. So let's see. As far as getting to the island, Kothar might have some difficulties. Do they have? I assume they have boats here. Or do they have boats?
They do have a couple, but they don't use them, so they are iffy in reliability.
Maybe not quite up to Obsidian standards.
But you can give them a once over and see about if you think they might be safe.
I can do that. I have sailing.
Yeah, weaponsmiths can fix anything.
And they do have some pitch and stuff like that to patch little minor holes and things like that. So in a matter of maybe an hour, you can get a boat up to snuff.
Cool. We have a boat. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And so the island is, from what you can tell, the island looks like it is probably a good 30 feet sticking up out of the water. No, more than that. Probably a good 20, 30 yards. There seems to be cave entrances scattered around the island from what you can see. You can't really see up on top.
Oh. I was going to ask if there was a way up.
Possibly when you get closer, but from the docks, it's hard to tell. The plateau is hard to get to, but on this southern end, there's a steep incline to where these buildings are, and then natural earthen bridges that kind of cross it.
Yeah.
But this is a good 100 yards higher than the city floor, even though it doesn't look like it on this map.
Let's do the island first. I'm going to use a lot of strain on the plateau.
All right. You guys can get to the island. There it is inclined slightly. So it's a very, a steep incline. It's when I say slightly, I mean it does actually, whatever. It's very steep, but it does look like you can go in carefully, circle around. Not really a switchback path, but with some patience and some rock climbing or whatever, you can actually go around, or you can try seeing if some of the caves connect. because there does seem to be a cave on the water level, and then off to the side a little bit higher and scattered around.
No creatures or anything like that we could see at the moment.
Not yet. And are you just going straight there, or are you circling, or?
Yeah, let's circle around it first before we try anything. I want to get a good view of the whole thing.
Okay. On the far end, actually, is a natural staircase, but it is very steep too.
Okay. So a place to. Does it look like it goes all the way to the top?
It does look like it goes to the top. And there's not really a dock here, but it looks like there used to be some pillars or supports for a dock at one point. You can still see them kind of underneath the surface of the water, almost reaching to the surface.
Are there rocks or anything that we could tie the boat to?
Yes.
Okay.
Those pillars, right? I mean, we got two strings. We can jump into the water and tie off the boat.
You can go into the water and tie off the boat, but there's also, it looks like the pillar structures that had the docks continue flanking the stairs going up, at least for a little ways.
Plus, we know the water is bad, so I don't know if you want to jump in that water.
I don't have a problem with it.
Of course you don't.
There you go.
Just tie it. Let's tie it to the things outside the water. I think it's safer that way.
Okay.
And I will flutter up the stairs as they just kind of half hopping, half fluttering up the stairs.
I went and close the damn thing. Getting to the top, it seems to be about 25 yards across, kind of circular. And there are standing stones, kind of in a circular pattern. There's 7 of them, and in the center seems to be a solid block that looks like pure black granite.
How big is the block?
Almost 10 feet by maybe 6-7 feet by 5 feet high.
Okay.
Like an altar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And before that, let's take a 10-minute break here.
Oh, okay.
Or fewer if everybody's back, but
Yeah, that's fine. Quick break is good.
yeah.
Yep.
All right, we are back.
All right, time to poke mystic stone altars that may or may not kill us. Worked out really well last time.
Yeah, clearly worked out perfect last time.
So this is why you have +2 to durability.
Yes, it is. Disarm traps. All right. So there's what was it? On top there was like a series of pillars, and then between them all was a big old block of just black stone.
Black stone, yes. And Kothar, you recognize this black stone such as this.
Is it pretty much the stone that the Obsidian Men live around or live within?
This looks like a life rock.
That's awkward. Huh. Well, that makes dealing with this a bit more urgent. There's a horror-tainted life rock down here.
What's the quick notes for a player who doesn't know what that means? I mean, it sounds bad.
It's been down here for a while, right? So we're not in a hurry, but we don't know that it's tainted. In fact, we should check it out. Examine it astrally.
Yeah.
I'll pay the strain. Yeah.
But yeah, it might not be horror-tainted, but yeah, basically, the birthplace of Obsidian that they just kind of come out of every once in a while.
Well, we need to get into the light. So, right. Sorry, this is player knowledge, not character.
Yeah, that's probably
I don't know how common knowledge things like that are.
Yeah, player doesn't really know what that is, but good thing Kothar does.
Kothar, Obsidian, if they're underground, they go into dormant state. They hibernate until they're brought back into the sunlight. Life rocks need to be exposed to the sun, and grow as their Obsidian.
Can they be moved, or once they're there, that's kind of where they were? Oh, so somebody brought this down here.
I can move it. 18 for astral sight.
Alright, that is enough to pierce the astral corruption in this area. So now I need perception.
I'm not that basic at. Eight.
Alright, who all was on here?
I think Golf Orbis came.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I should put you guys on the token layer.
So we can see what's about to kill us.
Best kind of seeing.
Let's see, so with an 8, you probably can't pierce its mystic defense. It does still seem to be active in some sort. It does still have an existing pattern. It is slightly warm to the touch.
Okay.
I don't see what. I mean, wouldn't I be using astral sight to hit its mystic defense?
Let me make sure. Might need a second astral sight then roll, because I know the first one is just whether or not you can actually see anything astrally.
No, it's modified by local conditions of astral sight base, but it's not like you don't make two, right?
I thought the way it worked is just like if you rolled lower than the
corruption.
The corruption on your astral sight test, and your astral sight test just did nothing.
Right.
But I thought it was just one roll, but I haven't actually checked that section of the rules in about 5 years, so.
If successful, you can see astral imprints, magical auras, and patterns of any target with a mystic defense equal to or lower than the test result. I mean, astral sight pretty much is perception, but for astral sight, for astral space.
Okay.
209 is astral sensing.
So yes, you do see astral imprints. This does still seem to be not active, but alive.
Okay.
Right? So it definitely seems
Do I get
dormant.
Do I get astral pattern of corruption infecting it or something like that? I mean, does it seem like it's been altered by its environment? That's what I'm hoping.
Looking at the numbers here.
Difficulty number for astral sensing. For tainted is +5 difficulty. Corrupt is +12 difficulty. Open is +2, but this isn't open.
I believe you cannot tell.
Fair enough. Okay, so I let Kothar know that. So if it is a life rock and it is dormant, it probably needs to be moved outside.
Okay. Before we jump to doing that, we should probably
Check
investigate
out-
this island.
Yep, I agree. The caves and everything.
What are these pillars of rock? Are there any markings or anything on those?
No.
They might be obsidian.
I suppose that's possible.
Would it be easier to move one of the pillars than it would be the altar?
Doing just a rough kind of attempting to shift things, the pillars seem to be let's see, they are also black granite, but they are rough hewn with speckled mica, and they each seem to weigh several tons.
Yeah. But do they seem like they weigh less than the life rock?
Oh, yes. Or at least they seem like they should, because they are a little bit less volume.
Okay. Then the next question I have is, Kothar, barge, or do you think we should try to get the airship in here?
Would the airship be able to hold the weight?
It might be able to lift it and pull it to shore. I just want to know whether or not you think it'd be a better option.
Let's check out the caves first. This stuff is all heavy. We should probably figure out what's happened to these while they've been here.
Find
something.
Something of information. Somebody wrote down why it was moved here.
That would be good to know. I think
life rock to hide it from the scourge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but hack checked the history. They didn't. I mean, no one we've run into seems to have known this thing was here.
And there's no writing on anything.
To be fair, we didn't look that deep into the foundation of care.
Yeah, there's no writing on these, no.
Okay.
So, we got a couple things. We can go to the library and start looking about the founding of the care, maybe a reference to the life rock. And we're going to look in the caves. But we also need to maybe figure out a way to get one of these into the sunlight.
Caves is something that we can check out right now, so...
Yeah, and is it a good idea to put something in the sunlight when we don't know what might be happening to it?
If it's an obsidian, hopefully it'll wake up.
Mm.
Well, the caves are right here. Let's check those first.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the caves.
Okay. Yeah. So I think you said there are a few entrances to the cave. So I guess we'll just go ahead and try to find whichever one is most easily accessible from up here, and go to check that out.
Yes, you can.
Do we have to go down?
Yeah, none of the caves seem to exit onto the surface here. They all exit onto the sides of the incline.
So we got to go down to the boat and then roll down.
No, or you can kind of skirt down from the top. You can walk the edge and see where there happens to be a cave and go down with helpfulness that, scoot down.
After scrabbling?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, yeah, go ahead and do that.
All right. The caves, when you start to you probably pick the highest one you can. And they are fairly narrow. Kothar, you have problems moving through freely, but you can hunch and turn sideways and squeeze and stuff like that. Kinsey obviously has the least amount of trouble. They kind of twist and turn and descend and ascend, and after a few minutes you meet a branch that forks left and right, presumably one of the other caves.
Okay, well, let's try right first.
Yes, I need I don't know if navigation is necessarily the right thing here, but let's go with a navigation.
I've got that.
2 ranks is a skill.
I've got that.
Yeah, you do.
All right, so after the first turning, when you kind of realize that it goes back and meets an exit.
You got cut off.
You got cut off, yeah. We lost you.
No, I'm talking to my daughter. Hold on.
Oh, okay. That would also explain it.
So you can turn back in, and you start to try to find your way. They overall slowly descend, and you do still find occasional branching that you think might lead further in, and it goes to an edge, so you got to backtrack. But you do seem to be going down slowly, and it's
well below the waterline.
Not yet. You're heading that way.
Oh. Okay.
You're heading that way when you see a bit of light up in the distance.
If we hit
by
water,
the way, assuming
I am not swimming.
We're using light crystals, right? For the people that don't. Yeah.
For everyone except me, yes.
Yeah.
No, even I do. I can see it in the dark, but I still use a light crystal. Infravision sucks.
Yeah, it lets you see in the dark, but you lose detail. And also, like, if stuff is carved on the wall or painted on the wall or something like that. But, I mean, you can still navigate caves with it.
And if it's an undead, same temperature would be difficult to spot sometimes.
You could probably see them if they're moving around. Just kind of plastered up against the wall or trying to hide. Probably not that easily, but no.
Yeah. light crystal.
But up in the distance, out of your light crystal and slightly around a bend, you see a pale green light.
Hey. That's probably dangerous. Weapons out.
Somebody want to sneak up, or
I can try sneaking up. I do have a stealth skill.
I'll sneak up with you. I can do this.
All
I'm
right.
feeling we will not be asking Kothar to sneak up.
Yeah, because I can't see in the dark, and you can. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, the thing we're looking for is glowing, but yeah, you won't be able to see all the way there. But if you just want to sit on the saddle, then
That's
can also
fine.
be
I'll
there.
sit on the saddle.
Okay. I'm gonna try to sneak up and get a look at whatever's going on there without making too much noise.
Are we there yet?
Give me a stealthy stride.
I've got a 15. My skills are hot tonight.
Cancel. Alright, you manage to sneak up, you think, and upon turning the corner, you see a it looks like a floating little green light.
Is there anything else in the area that I can see?
No. And this floating green light is slowly coming at the moment where you can see it from one branching corridor, crossing the path of this tunnel that you're peeking down and slowly going out of view on the other branching corridor.
Okay. So this is this like a T intersection I'm looking at here and it's crossing?
Like an X, you're looking up one leg of the X.
Okay, and it's just gonna pass by. Well, no idea what to do about that, so I'm gonna ask the creepy guy. I'm gonna head back to the group and let Hack know that there's a floating green light. What is that? What are we supposed to do about that?
I don't know. Some sort of light spell, maybe.
It was just floating there. Like, unless it's a really old light spell. There aren't any creatures like this, are there? Is this like any horror that you know about?
Any number of stories could fit it. I don't passively sense any spirits. That would be probably out of range anyway. But you wouldn't expect them to be manifest all the time, so I don't know. Some spell, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe you should try to take a look at it in Astral, and we can...
I mean, I do have a lore skill for horrors, but Joe, I'm assuming that it would fit like any number of stories I've heard.
Yeah.
Maybe try getting a look at it in Astral?
Let's all go forward then.
Okay, yep.
I don't know. I want to see where it came from first.
We could check that. I don't know if you can track a floating ball of light with the tracking talent.
It came from one direction.
Yeah, I mean, we can try to follow the direction it came from, but I imagine we're going to run into a junction pretty soon, and then that's going to be that.
Yeah.
But may as well check.
Okay. Are you guys just proceeding, or are you wishing to sneak?
We got Kothar with us, so proceed.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let me. There.
Where?
All right, you proceed. I don't have a map because it's a little warren of intersecting tunnels. But who is first, I should ask?
I'll go first.
Okay. Let me...
I'll go second.
All right, let me...
I'm still sitting on the saddle, so...
Over here. Oh, Zinda cannot fit down in through these warrens.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep, okay. I guess I'll have to...
Walk
As
it.
in, like, she can't fit while I'm riding her, or can't fit at all?
She could fit by herself, but not while you're riding her.
Okay, I'll dismount and she can follow at the back, and I'll go first.
Okay, I guess I'll sit on your shoulders then. Dun, dun, dun.
Or you can ride Zinda. You could probably ride her, and it wouldn't be a
It's all the
problem.
way in the back, though, so...
Oh,
She needs to be in the front.
Yeah, how...
It wouldn't take you long to become the front.
How dare Kinsey ride in the back? All right, so you're going up. You go the way it came, and it just seems like more branching corridors. This one seems to be going up slightly. And after, a couple minutes, it hits another branching corridor. That kind of one goes up and to the right, which you think might be in towards the center, and one goes down and to the left, which may be going towards an edge. But it's real easy to lose track of where the closest edge of the wall is.
Island.
Yeah, the island.
Okay.
Because if you go just a few yards, then the far side becomes the closest edge.
Okay. Well, let's go back, I guess, the other way then. Unless you want to take one of these branches.
well, actually, could the tracking talent, because that can just like that like magically creates a trail to follow. Could we try to figure out where this thing had been with that?
Yes.
Sweet. I have tracking.
Yes.
I see no reason why the path doesn't go both ways.
Aha, I rolled terribly. 10.
10. Let me see. Tracking difficulty. Lowest deck step of the group. Plus mods. You happen to see a faint path of green light begin to stretch in one direction and the other direction.
This way. I'll go where it started, basically, not where it went. So
you're going where it's coming from?
Yes.
Okay.
Not worried though.
Okay. You are following this thing. So now, Kinsey, I assume you're just kind of pointing.
Yes. That way.
And you get to a point where you are noticed.
As she's like yelling out, that way, that way, that way. Not probably
Yes.
hard to notice us.
You have danger sense, right?
I do.
Alright, first of all, let me roll a stealthy stride. Everybody can roll perception or awareness if you have it.
10.
All right, we're back.
A very mediocre perception test there. Hopefully he rolls really bad on it. Still be tried.
There's a reason why we try to do item history at the beginning of the game, because this is how the games end. There's my ones. Oh, I did not miss them.
Alright, Hack does not notice. Kothar does. Maxim does.
Oh wow, you only rolled a 7. That could have been much worse. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I noticed.
Kinsey does. Alright, so everybody can roll initiative. Except Hack.
Okay.
On this one.
Oh, is the initiative thing up?
Let me put it up.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I rolled a number.
Hey. I got a really good initiative today. 4.
Got a 6.
Yep, the ones are back.
Oh,
I got a 7.
So close.
Alright, so it goes first. It does not get surprise on anybody except Hack, but Hack is a bit further back and it is not going after. Actually, Hack, you can roll initiative too.
Okay.
Since it's not going to have a chance to surprise you and ambush you anyway.
I gotta select my token.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate when you search PDF for a specific thing and it gives you something else that starts with the same letter. It's like, no, it should be whole words by default. I shouldn't have to select it. Okay, this is 0 threads. It begins to buzz in a very high-pitched little whining thing, and it casts a spell.
Is it just the light? Is that what it is?
It is a, yes, it is a glowing light that shines bright now that it's noticed. The light wasn't actually glowing at the time. Right, but now it is that it is casting a spell.
So this appears to be a different light than the previous one.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be on the path that the other one was on. So, let me find the sheet again.
Well, it's been nice knowing everyone.
I'll just bring out a sheet because it's going to be easy to tell what it is after this. Alright, spellcasting on Maxim.
I am in front.
No modifier, no karma. Result, succeed by 1 extra success. Okay. I do not have... spells listed, so let me look real quick. This is will plus 2 mystic, so will plus 4 mystic. As a mind dagger comes flying at you, 14
On my mind.
14 mystic damage.
That's a wound. I only have 2
Alright.
mystic armor.
And you suffer -2 to your physical defense now.
Ow.
For 2 rounds.
I have applied this.
And this is a Will-o'-the-Wisp.
It's will-o'-wisps. I love those.
Although, to be fair, we didn't really see the mind dagger, so we don't know that it's a mind dagger, right?
Yeah, well, he feels it.
On my mind! There's a dagger. Feels like there's a dagger in it. Some kind of mind dagger just hit me.
A dagger hit me. Yeah.
Oh no, my childhood memories. They've been stabbed.
It's not a mind dagger because it stabs your mind. It's mind because that's where they take it out of, right? The wizard takes his hand, puts it to his forehead, and draws out and throws it.
Yeah. Although this does not have fingers or a head or whatever. It just kind of glows. Alright. And let me add this to the turn. Okay. Kinsey, you are up.
Alright. So that's the will-o'-wisp up there, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Okay, yeah. Alright. So I will I'll just fly over to it and let's see if I can claw this thing. I know nothing about these things, so we'll see if this works.
Okay.
Okay, success by 0.
You did succeed.
I did. Ooh, good damage. Oh, I wounded it. Sweet.
So you flew up. You flew up to attack it.
Yeah. Because I would be in melee with it. How big is this ball?
What?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be in melee with it. I assumed you understood that. Sorry.
No, my roll. I rolled the knockdown test from the button there, and it rolled step 998. The result was 950, success by 938.
Yes, I believe this is because will-o'-the-wisp cannot actually be knocked down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was going to say, I don't think you can get knocked down anyway.
Apparently, they solved that on the character sheet by just giving it unlimited knockdown.
Yeah, it rolls step 999 for knockdown.
Yeah. So
problem solved.
Yeah. How big is this thing?
It is like softball size at the moment.
Oh, okay. So literally her size. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
It doesn't seem to have a physical form. It's just a light that is so bright in the center that it may have a form at some point. But it also extinguishes the light and you can't see it then?
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just slash at it and kind of, make sure I leave room for someone else to attack it. I don't want to be in the way,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hack, you are next.
Okay. Do I actually get an attack, or because of my bad perception?
Yes.
Okay. Spirit Dart. I don't need to weave threads. On target. I always found that funny. Success by 1. Effect will. Only 3 damage. Crap. It cadences off.
Seems to have no effect. Maxim, you're up.
All right. Can I reach it to stab it with the sword?
Yeah, you can get up to it to stab it.
Oh, well, I'm gonna try that. Wait a minute. First, I need to get angry. There we go.
You're angry that you can't charge it. See, that's what should.
Yes.
That should be angry.
You do not have room to Hulk out.
Step 2, profit.
Okay. And you know what? Let's go ahead and spend a desperate blow charm on this. That should do it.
Holy cow.
There we go.
That kills
what were you
a
saying about
will-o-wisp.
having room to Hulk out? I don't see the problem. Okay.
Why did we just kill a glowing light?
Because it stabbed me in my brain.
Let's see. Kothar. Kothar, you notice that the halls around you are glowing green, and it is slowly getting brighter.
Oh dear.
Would Kothar know anything about that, or does that be where I just kind of point to Hack to?
This thing was glowing green before they snuffed it out.
I think we might have woken it up. Do life circles stop these things? Or
Hack?
What was that?
Hack?
What?
Can life circles stop these things?
Yeah. What are these things?
I don't know if they're horror related or horror constructs.
Okay.
As a player, I believe they're like the products of wizards and stuff in the past. They're corrupted. I don't think they're actually like, but I don't know if they're like horror related.
Should we get out of here?
Either way,
Yes.
it'll only stop it from approaching. No, kill it.
It might kill it. But yes, I think we should get out of here before whatever this green glow is going to do happens.
My.
I mean, there could be lots of these things. Like, how many lights do we see?
Is it running away, Joe?
No, the corridors further out are beginning to glow green, getting closer to you.
There's more of them, is what he's saying. Yeah, there's more of them.
Seems to
we
be.
Killed that one.
Okay.
Looking around, it seems to be about 3 of them coming.
Oh,
okay.
We can handle 3.
Let's go.
Not too bad. Yeah, let's clear this place out.
Maybe. Okay. But let's find out if life circles work on them. And wait a minute, they have range. They can attack us from a distance.
I don't have it. I don't have life circle in a matrix. So
okay.
I can cast it, but I gotta tune to the grandma first.
Well, or you could.
And I don't have the statue on me.
Oh, you don't?
Don't
Oh,
right.
right.
Remember, we have it. Yeah, we have it.
Yep, that's a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And is this corridor still like narrow enough that only one of us can fight at a time?
Yes. Although you can put yourself to where, because they seem to be coming from different directions, so each person can get to one.
We could do this thing where we just surround Hack, and then the 3 of us sort of fend off them while Hack sits in the center of us. We'll do a little triangle defense.
Hopefully we can take these things out. They do hurt. I don't like things that ignore my plate mail.
Yeah, and they have issues with the token, so I need to pull out a few generics. There was a time when I first discovered this duplicate token macro to where if I had a creature that had a token on it and I hit that, it would do copies of the token itself, also numbered with the name and stuff, but now it does not seem to do that anymore. So I have to manually link tokens. Now, it did look like they fixed the thing to where damage to one was affecting them all.
Yeah, that was really annoying.
At least I think they did from the test I was doing, but we shall see. All right, 1, 2. Did it go through? Yes, okay. So guesstimation is on the next turn you guys can arrange yourself like at a crossroads to where somebody is in the center and people are on the just inside the corridor where it's going to be coming from on this turn. And then on this turn also they are going to basically move far enough to come into range but not do anything. So we'll say that at most they have about 5 yards of distance when they come into sight from any given person.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So if somebody does want to dash up and hit them while they cast spells or whatever, it's possible.
All right.
Okay.
So let me reset initiative. All right. Since basically a turn was spent getting into position. Also, your Maxim's physical armor is now reset again.
I'm sure these things will target my physical defense
again.
Many, many more times. Or even once.
All right, re-rolling initiative then?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's hit the I go last button.
Yep,
You're probably breaking the law right now. Yes, thank you. I know.
Wow, look at a hack.
I thought I had
What
good
the
initiative.
I know. I rolled pretty darn good, and I was like, hacks like,
that D6.
I rolled in 4 6s in a row and then a 5.
That's hysterical.
Yep. On initiative.
You were meant to go first.
Apparently. Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to weave a thread for my summon spell.
Here, I'm going to
Nethermancer.
put basically everybody on one side.
I failed that. That's startling. Okay. And then I believe I can do a bleed on one of them. So randomly pick one, Joe.
I arranged
the
them
one that looks like
to which hall they're coming down.
Okay. Okay. So I'll put one in front of Kinsey. I'll do the bleed on that one.
Okay. And that
it reduces the wound threshold.
Oh,
does it target anything?
Spellcasting, Mystic Defense.
Mystic Defense, okay.
So I got an 11. I don't know if that's good enough, but may not be.
Oh, their sheet is broken. Joy. Uh, 11 does not hit their Mystic Defense.
I failed that too. Oh well.
Alright, number 1 is going to go first. Number 1 is going to weave a thread.
I went really, really first and did crap.
Actually, no. Number 1 is just going to cast. One extra success, so 2 extra damage. So this will be will plus 4 again. Ugh. I think I'm lagging again. My sheets aren't showing all of my details. All right.
it doesn't like you anymore.
No, it does not. 15 mystic damage.
Don't like these. Okay.
So hit him back.
That's a second wound. No knockdown, though.
Kinsey, you are up.
All right. Flying up to Mr. 2 there. And we'll beat him up. Wow, and I fail. How sad. Wow, that was a rough roll.
Alright, 3 is going after Kothar. Also spellcasting. No bonus damage.
Was Steel Thoughts, would be one of those moments where that would work?
Yes, because this targets Mystic Defense.
Yeah, Steel Thought's like a void blow for Mystic.
Magic.
I will attempt one of those.
Alright. The target number is 12.
There you go. Come on now. Do your thing.
Mystically throw yourself out of the way.
There you go.
And you do.
See by 3.
Think of an elephant. Works every time.
Number 2 at Kinsey. Success by 2 extra successes. Do you have Steel Thought?
Ouch.
No, I do not.
Alright, so this is step 16 damage.
This sounds like it's gonna hurt.
That is
Nope.
5 against your Mystic Armor.
Mystic Armor is 6.
So no effect.
Ha!
I don't even think the side effect happens unless it actually does damage.
It should, if it hits.
Oh yeah, you're right. So -2 to your physical defense.
Oh, you want to go that route? Okay.
But it's not attacking your physical defense. So.
No.
Yeah.
And
Big
nobody
deal.
here is.
So largely meaningless for me at the moment. Okay.
Yeah. Kothar, you are up.
Kill that thing, Kothar. You got this. You've been winning in a fight for a long time. Come on. You missed the last couple of fights. You got this.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Nice.
Okay.
2 extra successes.
Oh, ouch.
Problem solved.
Ouch.
I mean, to be fair, that is a troll axe wielded by an obsidian, but still, that was a good roll.
That was a very good roll.
Don't attack this one's brain.
The physical armor absorbs little of the damage.
Famous last words.
Maxim, you're up.
Well, I've got stab.
You got this.
I
Oh,
do
3.
close, actually.
Nice.
Uh,
You are quite done with the brain damage.
yes, I am. You know what? Fuck it. Second murder charm.
Poor Kenzie's just like, oh, okay.
Unconscious. Interesting. Desperate blow charms are very helpful, must say.
An unconscious wisp falls to the ground. Alright, let's see here. I need a reinit for one of them. Alright, everybody can roll initiative.
I'm probably breaking the law.
I like the handicap where I literally can't go last.
2.
See, this is just an elaborate strategy to hard counter gauntlets because they get bonuses if they go after the people attacking them.
Come on, Mills. Come and get me.
It is going to cast a different spell against you.
Fun.
It has to touch Kinsey for this.
Oh. Wait, is that physical defense?
No, still
okay.
Mystic defense.
Okay.
2 extra successes. All right, so +4 to damage. This seems to feel like it's crushing your psyche a little bit.
Well, that's not fun.
Mind crush.
Spirit grip.
Yeah. It's another Nethermancer spell.
So step 14 damage. So 14 mystic damage.
Ow.
And both your physical and mystic are reduced by 2. Physical and mystical defense.
So I'm taking the full 14, right?
Yeah. Well, minus your mystic armor. You still get your mystic armor.
Okay. So 8 I'm taking. Okay.
But yeah, now your physical and mystical defenses are reduced by 2 until the end of the next round. Wait a minute. It had...
I got that spell, but it's like a melee range.
Hold on, let me...
I don't think I rolled 2d12.
Change that damage because shouldn't have... Take off 4 of that damage.
Oh, okay.
Because it shouldn't have done the extra damage, so I'll just drop the steps by that. Instead, it lasts for an extra 4 rounds of lower defense.
Oh, that's how it's gonna do. Okay. That's okay. It's not gonna last 4 rounds. It's fine. We'll kill it before then.
Yeah, it's not gonna last 4 rounds. Kothar, if you have ranged, you can get to that one.
I mean, Kinsey's small.
Yeah, but Hack is the one blocking the way mostly.
Ah, okay.
I do not.
All right, so Kinsey, you're up.
All right. Let's get this thing.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, so no extra stuff, right? Okay.
No
So you're aggressive.
extra stuff. Yeah, but it should figure in the aggressive.
Oh.
Yeah, it did.
13.
I wounded it.
Now it has to make a knockdown test. Oh, no.
Which it will succeed.
Yeah, let's roll that knockdown.
Just rolls a 1 in all 800 dice.
It succeeds. It succeeded 201 extra successes.
I'm pretty sure even if you rule of 1 on that step, you still beat that difficulty. There's too many dice.
Yeah.
But can I can fly away so someone else can reach it, right?
You can fly away, but it's Hack is the only one that could actually go down that corridor.
Oh, right.
Just because of the crossroads.
Okay, I guess I'll stay there then. I don't want it to go out and try to attack Hack.
So Hack, you're up.
What?
What's the difficulty on that?
I rolled
You must have rolled
1
really
and
bad.
a plus question mark? That doesn't make sense.
What's the difficulty?
Why do I have question marks?
It's
The
because it
mystic
doesn't
defense?
tell you.
The question marks
Should be the mystic.
It doesn't tell you the what you rolled.
Yeah, why not?
Because it's trying to keep it secret so that you can't tell what their defenses are. It tells you what you failed by or succeeded by, but it doesn't give you specific numbers.
That sounds like you got
Okay.
at least a 1 in there.
Apparently, that was a
Yeah, that's. I think these things are just really resilient against spells.
I'll tell you
they're
this: you
defense
rolled a
12.
7.
Okay.
1, 3, 3.
Okay, spell defense of 14. Okay. Oh well, that was close. Go ahead.
So summoning a bone spirit is against the target's mystic defense?
No, that was Spirit Dart. I abandoned Bone Spirit.
Oh, okay. I see. That's what that weird thing is.
Okay. Oh, would you mind stepping back after casting that? I can.
Oh,
I
sure,
can
if I can.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that you can do, yes.
All right. Now I'm gonna run over and see if I can. Assuming I can fit under Kinsey.
Yeah, you can easily get
Kinsey
around
just
Kinsey.
floats up a little bit so you can fit under her. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, now
Out
you're
of
gonna
desperate
get
blows, so I'm not out of desperate blows, so I'm just gonna have to do, normal damage.
it. Oh, it's 2 wounds though.
Yeah, we're getting there.
All right, let me read. Initiative. Everybody else can roll.
Just have to beat a 2. I can't do that. Not in a million years.
Not yet.
I got a 3. Look.
Eventually, your armor will drop the initiative penalty, and you might.
And then I'll have to take even more wounds before I stop rolling for initiative again.
So Kothar, you can now get into the corridor, but there's not enough room with Maxim there.
Just throw your axe at it. It'll be fine, right? It'll work.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, what can possibly go wrong? You need to get that new skill, axe throwing. See, that's what you need. You need it. You need that skill.
Anybody can throw weapons. It's a default skill.
Axes, not necessarily made for that.
No.
Corridors past 2 allies, not necessarily made for that. But you can do it.
It's possible.
Yeah, I guess until one of them drops. Or I guess in the case Maxim stops moving, I'll step in.
So you can hold just in case one of that happens before the end of the turn. And Kinsey, you are up.
All right, I'll smack it again. It's wounded. I can do this. Wow, I'm barely hitting this thing. That's sad.
I think this thing has good defenses.
Yeah, defenses are decent.
Better than mine, probably.
Its armor is nowhere near yours.
This is true.
Yay, I killed it. Whoa, finally.
Okay, problem solved. Ow.
And then it starts looking like the sun in here.
We slowly drop that one down.
And everyone is fine, and I've taken 2 wounds. Okay, this is fine.
All right. There does not seem to be any more, so you can resume your path going down. And it looks like now, once you hit roughly water level, there doesn't seem to be any more cave entrances. Right, but the tunneling still slowly works its way downward, except now they start to get a slightly larger cave, and they are flanked by alcoves that seem to be where bodies are buried. Right? So in lengthwise, so you are seeing basically heads. Right? The rest of the body is further in. They're not lengthwise down the corridor. They are actually perpendicular.
Kind of like a morgue.
Yeah. And a lot of them are empty. But it does look like they were once occupied.
Right, that's concerning. Where would they have gone? Are they still on the island, or did they end up going somewhere else?
I mean, there isn't. I mean, I guess they could be wandering around here, but there isn't a whole lot of room here to be wandering around. How many of them are missing?
Maybe 1 out of 10 that you pass by.
Okay.
At the moment.
How many total is that? Like hundreds, dozens?
Well over dozens. At least that are here.
Okay.
And
this area sits like right below the waterline, sort of thing.
Yeah, right below the waterline. It looks like they are bodies. A crypt, a morgue, where dead were buried. The caverns itself widens up because it doesn't have the tunneling. It looks like something may have created that little warren of mazes afterwards. There may have been a single larger one coming down that may have collapsed. Who knows? Most of these dead seem to be several hundred years old. Right? So this might have been when they first came down here. They tried to bury them. And actually, no, we won't say hundreds. We'll say a rough counting estimate is about 50 spots for dead. And we'll say about 8 of them are empty. Right, so there's still 42 here. And you get to a point where it looks like they were going to dig down farther to bury more and then stopped. Right, so a tunnel goes a little bit farther, we'll say maybe another 20 yards. And that's where the final receptacles are. I don't know what to call these.
So we got, from the early days of the care, a crypt that they were probably going to expand into, but then something happened and they stopped.
Yeah.
And then
they started digging downward, basically, filling them in as they went down. And then at some point, they stopped.
Does it look like there's anything, like something they found then they were digging? Like a passage or a hole or a cave? Or
there's places that are buried that looks like there was once a cave. So maybe they found something and then collapsed the tunnel, but they stopped their downward progress.
Maybe they dug too deep.
Yes.
Greedily.
There are now drums in the deep.
Okay. So, are there still like more caves in this island that we have yet to explore, or have we?
No, you've pretty much found there's if you go around once you get out, there are a total of 13 cave exits along the island, and it's all one big maze complex inside.
They all connect, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
But no more will-o-wisps once we killed those?
No more will-o-wisps.
Okay.
The town folks said there were cadavermen here.
Well, we saw empty graves. So
they're in the water?
I also don't know how recent that information is. That might have been, there were cadavermen here 200 years ago, and then everyone just told people there were cadavermen there from then on.
Right.
They could be on the other side of the island. The lake.
Yeah, they might have gone into the water and come out somewhere. I mean,
I
kind of want to think that this is like where the worm skull came from, maybe, but I don't know. Why would it be down here then? But yeah, I'm not sure.
It's also earlier, I think, than the worm skull. I think the implication was the worm skull came from the catacomb area.
Yeah, maybe we should check that out later.
Let's I don't know. Do we want to like try to open up down below where maybe they found something and see if we can find out what they had opened up?
Maybe not yet. We're planning to go back anyway soon, and I don't want to get bogged down. There could be a very complex maze system down there that we just don't, have the time to explore, and I don't want to really open something up and then have things come out if we're not really ready to deal with it.
Okay, I mean, I mean, or it might be just something like a.
We could just check it out, see if there is a big complex maze system or something like that. But
you said it looks collapsed, right? Is there a little hole I could fit through so I could look?
No.
No, it's well sealed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So digging, we'd have to
it's had
go get the mining gear
centuries to settle and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah.
We're probably going to take a lot of work to undig this, or non-elementalist.
Yeah.
Which they did
Not
say
too
they
worried
have.
about that, but the question is, what do we want to do first? Because I would like to check that out, but not a matter of like priority.
Yeah,
we do need like supplies, training, all those kinds of things.
Okay. What do we need supplies for?
Not supplies, but we need time to do training and things like that we were planning on doing, and also time to do research and possibly also forging, which will take.
The research is going to happen regardless, right? The forging. Okay. I mean, I just don't see like we're basically going to be learning how to do air sailing in the next couple of days, right?
Right.
It's only going to take a couple of days to learn the rank 1 in the skill, and then what? We got to wait a week and a half for the other airship to be completed.
About a week,
and then we're going to be on a mission. Then we're going to be on a mission for that airship.
I don't think he's gonna. Are they going to send us on a mission immediately? No, because they don't have enough airships yet.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, they don't have enough airships.
Okay.
Yet.
The mission was going to be.
So theoretically, we're gonna wait a week and a half, and then fly back here.
Come back here, and then we'll have more time to really delve into these things because we're not on a schedule.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some training things I want to do that will take 3.5 weeks.
And the training air sailing will take a week for rank 1.
And maybe a little bit longer for me, as I am now going to have to heal some wounds.
Luckily, none of us have to heal any wounds. I didn't get wounded, so.
Skills, you don't have to be. Oh yeah, I guess you do. Okay.
Yeah, I should be able to get these both cleared by tomorrow with the Garland Stone. So that shouldn't actually slow things down as long as I do my blood shares. Yeah, okay. I guess, with this, we now know what's down here, which is probably Cadaverman, possibly an entrance to some larger underground
it could be
that horrors came from.
It could be they found the Cadavermen were like starting to wander around and pushed them into here and then sealed them up.
Maybe. I also wonder if like this underground thing connects to some of the other underground things, like the
the catacombs. Yeah, I was thinking about that. But it's no use wondering until we can like look into it further.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to do, but you said you guys would like to do like go back to Thrall, and I guess I can wander around in some caves in Thrall.
I mean, you've also got some skills to train, don't you?
The air sailing and then animal bond, but bond. I'm not. It's not like I'm in a hurry.
I mean, neither is this.
To be done right away.
Catacombs Island. I mean, we could go and try to explore the plateau if you want, because that seems. I just don't want to open up new areas and not know if we'll be releasing something that we have to take a long time to deal with.
I think you're worried too much about releasing things.
Well, we just released a giant slug creature.
It was going to be released regardless. Like,
That's
we're not like prepared. We're not prepared to stop it. So we're going to eventually have to probably deal with that too.
Yeah, well, I don't want to release something else we're not prepared to stop. At least not. Let me try.
Okay. Just on a player basis, right? Okay, just on a player basis, right? Yeah. The reason Forers live in cares, sealed cares underground, because that's where the magic concentration remains high. They're not comfortable like out in the open. If they were, the scourge would still be going on. Right? So it's not like we have to worry terribly about like releasing mass devastation onto the world. At worst, we're threatening the care members, the people that are still living.
Yeah, that's kind of what she wants to avoid. That's what she's saying. She does it because we have to be back a little quicker right now. She'd rather do that on when we come back the second time, where we can, if we do open up something, then we can clear it out like we did.
Yeah, and like I said, that's fine. If you guys are worried about doing the training stuff first, go ahead.
So
I just don't think you need to worry too much about like what bad things might happen.
I mean, she doesn't.
Let's let the bad things happen and then have some fun trying to fix it.
All right.
But we can go check out the plateau. I'm okay with that.
I mean, I can look for bats anywhere.
Okay, so we'll go somewhere else. Okay, so we'll go back.
Let's wait until tomorrow when my wounds are gone.
Fair enough. All right. Well,
there's evidence of bats in these caves.
Oh.
Okay.
Can I pick one up with Animal Bond on the way out?
Yeah.
So anytime I see an unusual bat, I'll want to use Command Night Flyer and try to get it into the cage. I don't need Animal Bond to capture bats.
Yeah. The bats.
I need Animal Bonds to keep bats around.
Yeah. The bats in here left when you guys started traipsing around, but they will come back. So you guys can easily go up to the surface or hang out in the boat and wait for a while until they fly back.
You guys can take the boat back, and I'll swim back. I'll wait here for the bats.
Okay.
You want to swim in that nasty water?
It's not nasty water. And the townsfolk are doing fine now that the horror's gone. Probably the corruption that was a problem is disappearing.
Okay. Just don't swallow any of it. It's gross.
Okay. Anyway,
and don't open your eyes underneath it. No.
And don't touch it with your skin. Yeah, see, don't do any of that while swimming in it.
All right. Okay. So you guys get back to the main. Well, I guess it's mainland, even though you're underground. Hack waits for some bats, and after a few hours, they do fly back.
I'll go back to the airship while he's doing that, and to get more training on how to do airship stuff, because that's what she wanted.
Okay. Let's see. This was all in the evening, so you guys can spend the night here or out on the ship.
I'll do the ship. I have to get used to it anyways. It's fine.
Oh, that sounds good.
And Hack, you have a bat in your cage.
I want multiple bats.
Many bats as you want.
They want multiple cages. No.
It's not telling me the result. It's just telling me success. God, this is useful.
Do the just roll public for stuff like that.
No, and then it doesn't have to perform stuff. So
let's see. Your first one you got a 14.
4, right?
The second one you got an
14.
8.
14 is probably good.
I think bats had a high mystic. Let me look.
12 for messenger bat.
But yeah, you can get bats.
Particularly looking for unusual ones too. So I want 1 or 2 ordinary ones, and then
down here there's probably an albino bat.
That's what I'd be going for. That would be awesome.
Kind of mixing it around because they haven't actually been out and about. Most of them are pale, not a dark brown or anything. But there is one that is almost white.
Cool. Try to capture that.
There's also a few shrieker bats, but they once the spell wears off, they start going crazy.
Yeah, I don't want a shrieker bat.
But yeah, you get a small cage full of bats.
Cool. That's good. My scroll.
You can command them to be still in the cage. They don't like it, but they will do it. When you swim, it's slow because you got to keep the bats above water.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys can all finish up for the night. And
Cool.
We can probably call it there.
Oh. Yeah. So,
I believe for Owen, I now can use physician.
You can use what?
Physician skill
Oh.
to negate his wounds for recovery.
I already took care of the recovery.
It
hurt, but yeah.
Is anybody else hurt?
I took a whole 6 damage.
Just strain.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Does anybody have a lot of strain, a lot of damage?
Not a lot.
I did, but I got it recovered.
I did, and now it's gone.
Because Shalara could actually assist with that a little bit too.
See, there we go. I'm that's all I needed. I got all it back with 1 recovery check.
And let's re-implant the old desperate blow charms and get ready for more violence. Desperate blow charms are really nice to have.
Yeah.
Yep.
They kill things.
I wonder, can you like pop off 3 of them at a time?
Is there any limit on how many you can use on a single attack?
So wait, what?
I thought it was only 1.
What do they do? They add what to your
+6 to your attack or your damage test.
Oh, I might have to get some of those.
I recommended you get one.
Yeah, I know. I was tired.
It doesn't say you can't use more than 1.
There's 3 points of damage though to put them on, so keep that in mind. Your sacrifice 3 damage to do 6 essentially.
And you can reuse them.
Yeah.
You just have to heal back up to full health, and then you can reimplant them and use them again.
Oh, neat. Okay, so once you buy them, then it's not like they get used up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to. Next time we go back to town, remind me, and I'll get some.
Garland stones also really nice. They let you just use recoveries to just straight up heal wounds instead of needing to wait to heal all your damage.
Yeah,
but you can never get rid of them.
Yeah, garland stones are hard to find out and about. Even a place like Thurl at a time might only have 1 or 2 available. You generally want to go find questors of garland if you need a bunch of them.
Okay. I went ahead and just bought one of those with silver. Should I not have done that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Alrighty then.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a good spot.
One of you could buy one, but if all of you wanted a garland stone, that would be an issue.
Might need to wait a few weeks.
Let me find legend points.
Oh yeah, I need a session name for this one.
I am Batman.
I am Bat Lizard.
Yeah, I saw the meme with the lasso about that. Like Wonder Woman and Superman and Batman are holding the lasso and saying their names, and like Wonder Woman's talking about how she's an Amazon princess, and like Superman saying he's like Kal-El and stuff, and then Batman goes, "Yes, I'm Batman."
It's the truth.
We should call it Flights of Fancy. Because we were flying.
Sure. And murdering will-o-wisps.
Yes.
Alright, you guys are still Circle 3.
What's the current date?
Oh, let me adjust that.
I don't think... Does that work? Because it never works for me.
It does.
Okay, we'll see. You adjust it. We'll see if it works for me.
I want to look at this. So you got back. The next day was the briefing. You left 2 days after that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to record legend points for last week.
So 29. When you hit update dates and then post your post, it should have the 29th. Should. 15, 13, 3, 29.
Oh, it doesn't happen until I update a post.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All
So
right.
how many legend points?
Man.
We will go with. We didn't accomplish quite as much as last time. However, you still.
Hey, we killed the will-o-wisps.
Sort of.
Let's go with 1600.
Okay.
And what's your title?
Flights of Fancy.
I'm so fancy.
Nope. It still kept the same date. It did not update.
Did you push the
Do it
update
manually.
dates?
I
thing?
did hit the update dates, and it says no
Just do
attribute.
it manually.
I know. I was just
manually.
letting him know that it did not.
Yeah, the party link then might be broken.
Well, what is the date?
1513-3-29.
Thank you. And I should, if given enough time, I might. No, I don't know. 27. How much is it to get to 3 to 4? It was like 500, right?
You need a talent from rank 3 to 4?
Yeah.
500, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I need 7, right?
Yes.
So I need 2 more. Yeah, I have enough talent points now for it. So I just need 2 more. So.
And if you go to the talents page, I think, oh no, I can't do it on my party sheet because I don't have talent.
We're done here. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go.
Yeah, we are done.
All right. So 2 weeks. Are we still good for 2 weeks then?
We should be. I don't know for sure yet, but I know that next weekend is definitely bad, so the 13th should be good. And I will